See, that's my
What?
I swing so hard through that I break it.
My 7 head.
Yeah, nothing, well, no,
Actually,
nothing meets on Monday.
Outing at
Whatever.
chamber.
Okay, I don't, 24th?
No,
I don't care.
When I was in Stafford.
Hey, what's one more meeting?
Everybody ready?
Wait a minute, I've lost my roll. Go ahead.
Paul's Parks meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Member Jane Pope? Present. Member Aaron Cook?
Here.
Member Bill Bruner? Member Mike Lawrence?
Here.
Member J.R. Holcraft?
I'm here.
Attorney Leslie Votaw?
Here.
Utility Director Mel Davis?
Here.
Mayor Dennis Carr?
Here.
And myself.
Any announcements? Hearing none, be approved minutes of previous meeting.
I'll move.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Committee reports. None. Moving on to new business. Rachel Thieves, 4-H pool party.
Wait a minute, I lost.
So there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it already on?
Just state your name.
My name is Rachel Tees, and I'm a leader with the Manchester Rowdies 4-H group. We are primarily located in Manchester, but our kids are all throughout the county that join our club. We have about 85 children that work very hard throughout the year as well as during the fair time. At the end of that, we like to reward them by doing a pool party at the Tate Street Pool. And I have asked to be put on the agenda to ask if there is a chance that we can have the pool, the splash park, and possibly the pavilion on a particular date, which I've already met with Dion for July the 8th, and see if you can do a drastic discount. I don't expect it for free, but I was wondering if there's a chance you can discount that for a youth group.
Is it board?
How much did you pay last year?
We actually did it for free.
Did you?
We had asked for a discount, and then when I came to the meeting, they did it for free, but we don't expect it to be that cheap. But what we've done in the past is something like $150 to $200, enough to pay the guards.
I make a motion that we allow the 4-H Manchester Rowdies Youth Group to use our pool facilities, including the pavilion and the water park, for $0.
City pick up the cost for the guards?
Mm-hmm.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you folks very much for supporting our youth. We really appreciate it.
Any more new business?
Yeah, I have something, Your Honor. The 8th graders, Lawrenceburg 8th graders, are wondering if they could get the fees waived for a pool party. Somebody bring it before the board.
Our 8th grade middle school?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They've already had it, but they're waiting on payment to see if they have to pay for it or not.
Put that in motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to waive all fees for the 8th grade pool party.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it.
Aaron, what date is that?
They've already had
Already
it.
had it.
Oh,
It was on Friday.
okay.
And one other thing under new business is I've had an email from somebody that said an Aurora business is chalking advertisements at various intervals up and down the trail, and if the city would do anything about that before other businesses start doing it.
We're not allowed to do that.
So I just told them I'd bring it before the board.
I'll have the crews tomorrow take it down. Is it boards up?
No, it was just chalk, I guess chalk advertisements all up and down the trail.
On the trail?
Yeah.
You know what the company it is, we'll get in touch with them.
Anytime Fitness.
Anytime Fitness?
Yeah.
And they're just riding it on the walkway?
Yeah.
Well, please give them a call and tell them stop. Any more new business?
Nope.
Hearing none, old business. Mike Clark, dog park sign.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have new quotes in the packet. Two sign companies for the Corian signs for Gus's Dog Park. And if the board would, we need to pick and go ahead and award this so we can get it installed.
We get a chance to see it.
Board check. Paperwork over.
I would like to go with the low bid from the sign store, but I would like to have Mrs. Holcraft decide which sign she would like. Have you taken a look at this yet, Mrs. Holcraft?
I still say I like the design of the other one, as far as design. But I like,
What, the Sinorama?
yeah, I like that design.
This one, you like that one the best? Okay, see, that's 2,000, and this is 2,500.
What's
Now
$500?
this isn't chlorine right here, these posts, they had them in there, these are still aluminum, so all that stuff they're talking about, the weed eating.
See, and this would last almost a lifetime.
Looks a lot better, I think. Mike, did they, on the sign stores, did they state what type of post or anything?
I think it's powder-coated steel,
Okay.
I believe.
The sign store or Sinorama?
Oh, the sign store.
The Sinorama's aluminum post.
The sign store last time had those chlorine caps that went over the post. That's what it looks like in the picture here.
Yeah, it was metal post with the corian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one.
All right, I wanna make
See,
sure.
these are-
What's your
these are
final
aluminum. These got
decision?
the chlorine thing that go down. I mean, you might have to, in the ground, you mean? Yeah, they might later and slip this back on there.
Okay. I make a motion, we go with the low bid from the sign store for Gus's dog park sign, and she wants the one that's in full color.
Here a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Jane, that's this one here.
Ayes have it.
Yes.
So I need to abstain from that there, Mayor? I need to abstain since that's my lot on
You can do whatever you want, dear.
No. It's Jill right there, Steve.
Chair, should Chair abstain?
Go ahead.
Fine.
You're fine.
He can if he wants to.
It's up to you.
It's not.
Okay.
Abstain's a yes vote anyway.
Making it legal.
Any more old business?
Yes, one other thing, Your Honor. We talked at the last meeting or 2 meetings ago about the signs that the Little League wanted to get mounted on the concession stands, and those still haven't been mounted yet.
Have they taken them to Mike's crew yet?
They're there at the concession stands.
Oh, okay, I'll find out tomorrow if he's been contacted.
Okay.
I was gonna say, do the guys know they're there?
He probably don't know they're there.
Yeah.
Mayor, I got one more thing under old business.
Go ahead.
George Street Park, Evie, can you help me out? Have we found out anything on keeping the water out of George Street Park?
Well, I think she's talking about doing the fill to be able to put the basketball court in. But
Or Paul, if you could answer? Have you guys discussed that?
I was on the board, and I really don't know what was asked for was a basketball court and then a youth slab with the crank-down court to the west.
Correct.
It turned out that because of 50-year-old property that was sitting on the park's property that has been there for years, it's kind of squatted on, there wasn't enough room to put the slab in. There was nothing ever said about having a full court. It was all about this other little slab. We all came to agreement and wanted for the parents to be able to take the 3, 4, 5-year-olds over there, crank the goals down, and not be around the older kids. So I don't know where this is popping up at.
It come from the board members themselves, and Mayor can
I never heard it.
verify that
I was
he
at
was
every
told
meeting.
too.
People asked. I don't think it was ever voted on to do it.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
wanted and expected a full basketball court, but my question to you is there anything that's being done to keep the water out of the park at this time, or can be done?
If there's future plans from the LCD, but that's kind of a stormwater issue, and I guess that's, I don't know if that's a,
Referring to a meeting we had earlier last year in regards to a pump station that was possibly going to go in there.
There is the possibility of a small pump station being located in that area. We won't know. Right now, there's testing of the existing underground systems. That testing, the analysis will be delivered to the LCD board in July, at the July board meeting. The results of that testing will dictate the size of the new collector system. That may entail the construction of a small pump station in the area that Paul and Jane are talking about, the George Street Park. Obviously, if the pump station goes in there, it would be very easy to channel that water flow into our pump station area, or that might become, frankly, a catch basin for the pump station itself. We won't know until probably this winter, or I'll say late winter, early spring of next year, what the revised collector system and pump stations will look like.
Thank you. And the reason why I brought it up again, Mayor, Peggy Childers called me, and she asked me how we were progressing on it, and I told her we were waiting on LCD, and I guess my call back to her will be we won't know till late winter, early spring.
Well, that board has to approve it first. We'll have to wait on your recommendation coming back, but the board hasn't approved to do this.
Yeah, that's what,
Talked about.
what kind of time limit we looking at then?
We were told that the system could be built in a year's time, but again, we won't know what the new collector system will look like until, I'm going to say late winter, February.
And then you'll make a decision whether or not to go forward.
We'll have to make a decision for the benefit of the city of Lawrenceburg, yes.
And also, we still have the plaque and
I know.
flagpole.
She would like to wait until everything's completed, the water taken care of, and the full basketball court, if possible. Once we get the water out of there, like Mike said, we could do some fill, and maybe give them that full basketball court with a smaller child's court too.
So we're just hanging on to the flag and the flagpole.
It's basically what she says, unless she tells me different. I'll give her...
Wait and see what it comes with. Conservancy first, before we can do anything. It's gonna be
All right,
on hold till they find out what they're gonna do.
all right, thank you both, and I'll let Ms. Childers know.
Any more old business? Hearing none, review and discuss claims for board approval. Motion to approve. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Motion adjournment?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Utility board in 5 minutes.
No, Board of Works.
Oh, board of works, brother.
You just keep trying to skip
Trying to
one.
get us out of here.
You ain't going to.
Person I want to talk to is leaving. I drew on that,
Bill, like to come?
It ain't gonna happen, dear.
You always sit up there and chew yourself quietly.
I don't know. Got a whole castle of crap.
40-hour probation.
Well, there's
find out. We need
two, three, four. There's 4 ordinances and a couple of resolutions.
here soon.
Yeah. Well,
They've already done that.
I know we will.
Is your side of the house down for 6 months or a year?
Is he RA or is he a National Guard?
Army, military.
Is he regular Army or is he a National Guard?
Honey, I got a whole stack. Oh, I was looking for something there, and I knew I had it in my office. I'm tearing everything apart. Finally, I went to the right place on my desk and found it, underneath all this crap.
I probably will. How that you do that.
Can't either. Coffee stains all down.
Invalidated or. That's why we're going to clean that up. That come up with a.
Few little glitches. This time it's.
Yeah, their signs are still down there. They're inside the concession, I believe. Concession down here. Position. Get them up. Their season's almost over, but I think they're coming close to do it.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, well, I was there till like 4:30.
Didn't taxes, they didn't hear these two deputies.
I don't know. I can ask Andy tomorrow though.
I called them then.
No, I mean, Andy's the city attorney, or county attorney, he's in my office.
So I gotta send them
You know what I mean? I just usually go ask, yeah, I will.
Oh, wait a minute, I didn't even look. That one? This is Board of Works.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, I haven't heard anything, unless I left a message after 4:30 today. Okay, I will. Okay.
Just take your time and then shove it back this way, Aaron. Just take your time and shove it back this way.
Oh, okay. That's why I was looking to see, I don't see anything, so.
I know, my knee hurts today. Bill, no. Honey, I got that today. Email. I'm gonna kick you.
Yeah,
You guys want
go through
what?
the attorney to get to the.
I read through.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the.
Ain't got much.
Well, you're supposed to send it in 2 weeks ahead of time. So they have time to work on it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're getting real picky now. Let me know on that. I figured you probably would, some of you. I don't know if I'm ready or not. Do I have to?
Yeah, I've been using it to get pen.
Okay,
Call
hello.
this Board of Works meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Member Aaron Cook.
Here.
Member Donnie Bryant.
Present.
Member Mario Todd.
Here.
Member Bill Bruner.
Present.
Assistant Police Chief Mike Lanning.
Present.
Fire Chief Johnny Tremaine.
Here.
EMS Director Bobby Mills.
Here.
Attorney Leslie Votaw.
Here.
Utility Director Mel Davis.
Here.
Mayor Dennis Carr.
Here.
And myself.
Any announcements? Hearing none, approved minutes, previous meeting.
So moved.
The second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Committee reports. No committee reports? New business, Leslie Votaw, memorandum for agreement.
We have a memorandum of agreement that was prepared between us and the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, AFL-CIO District Number 34, the union. This is to resolve the 3 grievances, number 9715, 9716, 9717, filed with the union by 3 employees on or about October 8th. This is basically a compromise for in lieu of any arbitration. If you remember back, there were 3 raises given by the mayor to the police chief, his secretary, and the assistant police chief. And those are the 3 individuals involved. We're asking that you consider this memorandum of agreement. I have talked to Tony Provost. He does feel that the union will agree to this to resolve the above, those grievances and alleviate the need for any kind of arbitration on these things.
And it says here at the bottom that waive any further grievance or union dispute. So.
Concerning these particular grievances, yes,
It pretty much settles it all.
it would settle it all. There is back pay. The first 3 paragraphs are back pay for those individuals from September 28th to December 31st, 2012. That was when they were those pays those pay raises were stopped by council. And then the other salaries would be amended to the salaries that the mayor gave to the police chief and the assistant police chief, which would be $80,000 and $90,000. Not other way around. The police chief would be $90,000 and the assistant police chief would be $80,000, and that's what those weekly amounts break down to.
Anything on the board?
In connection with this, we also are asking the council to approve a salary ordinance tonight, which would amend those salaries.
Any more from the board?
So this is contingent upon council agreeing to it?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, as far as the
Appropriation,
salaries,
right.
yes. And I have talked with clerk treasurer. We should be able to, we have to do additional appropriations for the amounts. It's about around $15,000 as far as the back pay. And then I think as far as any additional appropriations for the actual salaries,
I
she
don't know.
probably would be okay on those.
I don't
but-
know what those amounts will be, but
Yeah.
How can-
But as far as, we are looking to do a meeting, because the regular meeting, I believe, which will come up, is not going to happen as regularly scheduled. We're looking at the end of the month, which I think the 24th of June, so that we can do the proper procedure for the additional appropriations.
without having two meetings, or without having another meeting. We could wait till the 1st of July, but if they move the meeting that has to be moved to the 24th, then that will fall within the guidelines for the additional, and we can do it all at once. I think that sounded right, didn't it?
Any more from the board?
And Les, what's your recommendation?
I do think that as far as the attorney fees involved on both sides, which I think the union attorney fees, the union passes that on to the union members as far as their, costs eventually.
Well,
But
arbitration's not cheap either.
No. I'm not even talking about the arbitration fees, just
Yeah.
I do think that this is the right way to go. I think it resolves those grievances and gives the people that the mayor wanted to give raises to their rightful raises.
It brings them in line with other officers in different cities.
Definitely.
Your Honor, I make a motion to accept the agreement and pass it on to council with a favorable.
Here a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it. Any more new business? Old business?
I do have something on old business you all brought up last time under, and actually gave me the wrong section number on the ordinances, but it's section 9404 as far as the 5 days on the trim and removal and the like, as far as grass cutting. You had brought up that you wanted to add a 5-day requirement in there, and I did bring a copy of the statute or the ordinance, and I'm just not sure. I guess I just need some guidance on where to add it or the wording, because it won't make sense. It just says in excess of inches in average height, and no event exceeds 15 inches maximum height, or at least 20% of the surface area of the property. So I just wasn't sure. I knew that this was something you guys brought up at the last meeting.
So what's your question about the 5-day language as far as the response time to correct?
I mean, maybe a separate sentence, but I wasn't sure if it wanted to be in connection with the 15 inches, or, you know what I mean, how to word it. Because I guess when there's the drought, you wouldn't have necessarily 15 inches in 5 days, right? I mean.
Well, I think the 5 days is the correction time. They have to respond to it once they're cited or
Okay.
advised
So-
to cut it.
When I wrote down my notes from the last meeting, it didn't make sense, and I'm like, I'm just going to bring it to them and
5
see.
days, I believe, to cut it before we cut it.
Okay, and, well, it said they should be required to be financially responsible for the removal, cutting, disposal, which at the time of notice is in excess of the da-da-da. So, you see what I'm saying? I mean, the 5 days doesn't really fit in. So it shall not exceed 5 days, or that's when they'll be financially responsible? Is that how the board would like to put that in there? I mean, this is something that has to come back in front of council because it's an ordinance and they have to amend it. So I wanted to make sure I had the right wording.
Should we wait for Carl to come back, you think?
Or should I consult with him and?
Well, I'm going to get information or feedback from the council.
Okay.
And there is a new law out about abandoned property. I haven't got it yet, but I'm gonna get it. We'll read through it, see if we can add more to that.
I would get the feedback from council.
I mean, it doesn't really even, I think we need to just redo the whole thing because it really does not even tell that we're going to send out a notice.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it
It's
was
just
when
like-
it reached a certain height, and once Carl issues a citation, they were debating on whether the 5 days would start to correct it when the letter was sent, when the letter was received. And then I thought about this since the last meeting. What if then the person never signs for the letter, and that's another issue. So there's a
So
few
maybe
issues
the
still
date of the
involved.
notice, 5 days from the date of the notice. Okay, I can come up with something, but I really wasn't ready to prepare amendment when I wasn't sure exactly what you guys wanted. So 5 days, I think I'll just redo the whole thing and put in that there'll be a notice sent and that they have 5 days from the date of the notice. Or even maybe we can post it on the property. Post it on the front, you know.
That may be the thing.
I think this new law touches on some of that, even about the certified letter.
Well,
We'll get that law.
okay. That's the only other thing I had on old business.
Any more old business? Hearing none, review and discuss claims board approval. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Motion adjournment?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Building board in 5 minutes.
Did you sign this memorandum? Leslie, do you?
Yes.
Did you have him sign the memorandum? Okay, fine. Okay, thank you. Whoa. Okay.
It's just trying to pave a road for Green Memorial. I mean, how can you do that if you're involved in?
Leslie, do you have another memorandum that he can sign so we have an original for us, an original for Tony?
Sure. Did you say how long?
And he left.
Oh, they're just all bruised up.
Okay. That's okay.
Trying.
I got it. I'll tell you, I'll make him sign it when he comes back.
So that, I guess it would make his,
Okay.
so he gets stitches from here to here and it's just.
Mel, I only have one bid for each thing. Yeah. We didn't get any more today.
I figured it news media over at the courthouse.
Could be
That's right.
75, but I mean, when everybody pays us.
I don't know. I'm not. I didn't get one.
Why don't you just rough them up so nice? Staple these.
Yeah.
For redevelopment, maybe?
It was,
I left the office.
is that the only board you,
They look pretty good today.
I thought you're not on,
About a year
you're
ago,
not
so.
on, planning and zoning?
Things
Oh, then I'm sorry, that's my fault. I'm sorry.
I was at the beginning of last year, but I was
Okay.
only for a month or two, so.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry, Aaron.
That's all right.
Let's see, what am I doing?
Right there.
I don't know.
You just can't get at the bottom. I'm sitting on them hard ass benches over in that corner all day.
You need to sign this one, and then we'll have 2 copies, or 2 originals, rather. Please.
I guess not. I was gonna talk about the laptop.
You saw my desk today.
Mine too.
I didn't have anything other than that.
Oh, I was looking for something today and couldn't find it, and I kept looking. Finally hit the right pile on my desk, and on the bottom was the paper I wanted.
I don't know.
mine, please.
Yeah. I think that's mine too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was really
Is this utility?
Mel there.
Yeah, he's here.
Call this utility board meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Excuse me, Member Jane Pope.
Present.
Member Aaron Cook.
Here.
Member Bill Bruner. Member Mike Lawrence.
Here.
Member J.R. Holcraft.
Here.
Attorney Leslie Votaw.
Here.
Utility Director Mel Davis.
Here.
Mayor Dennis Carr.
Here.
And myself.
Announcements. Hearing none, approved minutes, previous meeting.
I'll move.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? All against? Committee reports.
Thank you, Your Honor. First thing I'd like to report, I've had oral surgery. My wife didn't beat me up or anything, so that's what this is from. On the committee reports, Your Honor, last week we had a force main that runs from our pump station on Front Street over to the sewer plant. It's a 12-inch line that broke. When we dug it up, we discovered that the pipe is ductile iron, which is supposed to be roughly a half-inch thick. In most places, it's about an eighth of an inch thick. So I've talked to our people and got a cost estimate to replace that line from Front Street all the way back to the sewer plant. That line, the existing line was put in 64 or 67. The cost to replace it with C900 plastic is roughly $550,000. I would like to ask the board for their consideration to pursue the design on this because we have to get approval from IDEM. And at next meeting, I'll put a formal request together for an appropriation when I get numbers nailed down a little tighter. It has to be replaced. Otherwise, we're going to have a big issue. And the issue would be that as it comes over the levee and it makes a right turn toward 50, if it ruptures, the sewage is going to go into Tanner's Creek, and we'll have a bigger problem. So anyway, I'll bring in a request back next meeting, and y'all can decide what you want to do with it.
Mel, you don't think any caustic soda or anything's been put in that pipe, do you?
I think, Mayor, with the acid that goes through there, excuse me, from the sewer, and our soil is real acidic. That's the same issue we're having on that water line that we have to replace going to the tower, the water tower. I think that was just the wrong type of pipe to be installed in that ground for that application.
So you don't think it's chemical, you think it's the pipe going through?
No, I don't think so. That's why I want to go with plastic this time as opposed to ductile.
Anything for the board? Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Move on with it. We have first, do we have second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? The ayes have it.
The other item I have, Mayor, is just to bring you all up to speed on what the electric company has been doing. We've been installing a loop feed on Tanners Creek Drive. We have 2 feeds down Tanners Creek Drive, if you can imagine that, and they weren't tied together back where we need them. And the reason you want to tie them together is in case you have a dig-in or some sort of an outage up front, you can throw a switch and still feed everybody, including Kroger's and Lowe's and all the other places down through there. So we've been installing that. We have one more little item to take care of, and then that will be complete. So that's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mel. Any more committee reports? New business. Mel, Solar Horizon representative.
Yes, Your Honor. Last week I had the privilege of visiting Solar Zentrum. Solar Zentrum is a company that's located in Osgood, Indiana. They were recipient of a grant, I believe, last year or the year before. They make solar panels and green generation items. I was so impressed with what they're doing and how they're doing it that I invited representatives of the company to come this evening and talk to the council about the progress that they're making. So I'd like to introduce Reinhard Peter and Sean Furlow. They're going to put on a short presentation about their company and what they're doing and what they've accomplished so far.
You give this over? Yep.
Okay.
Hello, Mayor.
How you been?
Board members, yeah. Thanks a lot, yeah. A year has gone by, yeah. And we would like to use this possibility now to say thank you, yeah, that you helped us at the beginning and we are now moved forward, yeah. We was prepared to make a short video, but this didn't work in this short notice, but therefore you have it in front of you. And Sean, the managing director, will go through the slides, and if in the audience somebody has some questions, we will answer them immediately. That you have an idea where we are now, where we are going, and what we are thinking is the future here of this Southeast Indiana with made in USA products.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us a chance to speak with you, and thanks for Mr. Davis inviting us down. What I wanted to do is do 2 very quick things. One is kind of introduce to you who we are and what we're doing. As Mr. Davis said, we received a grant through your economic development group that helped get us kick-started, kind of give you a sense of what we've done with that money, and then also Reinhard will come back up and introduce some technology that we think might be beneficial to your wastewater treatment facility as well. So as we just kind of quickly move through the slides, our commitment when we started this project was just to provide some jobs to the local community, create some economic growth, create some additional economic opportunities, and then produce an innovative product made in the United States. So there shows an investment summary of the monies that we've received and then what we've added to that money for a grand total of $3+ million total investment in our facility there in Osgood. So far, we've created 11 jobs. Now, since we started in November of last year, we've added 11 people, and our goal is to have a total of 20 people on staff by the end of this year. But hopefully, we can move well ahead of that. Move well ahead of that pace. Just kind of give you a sense of how far we've come in such a short period of time. There's a project timeline there. We took possession of our building on October 15th of 2012. We've gone through a complete refurbishment of the building. We've received the manufacturing equipment. We've installed the manufacturing equipment. We've done all the testing, set up and done all the testing, all the prototyping, and we produced our first sellable module on March 25th. So between mid-October and the end of March, we've completely refurbished and set up and tested a complete manufacturing facility. Our achievements so far year to date, we've had $250,000 in sales so far this year. Our target for this year is to do $1 million. We have more than $500,000 of outstanding proposals that we're expecting to close on at any time. We have achieved a 5-year sole source contract with the Arizona Department of Military Affairs, which is quite an accomplishment, which would be a huge stepping stone into every other state's military affairs. We have distribution agreements in place with companies locally, one in Cincinnati, and also two internationally in Mexico and Italy as well. All of this has been done since we started in October. Kind of a very quick summary of where we've been. What we're planning on going forward then is, as I mentioned previously, we have a $1 million goal for sales of 2013. We hope to grow that to about $1.7 million for 2014 and raise our employee levels to 40. For 2015, our goal was $2.5 million in sales and raise our employee levels to 60. We want to construct a 50,000 square foot building, which we need in order to accommodate all this additional growth. Hope to start on that. If the TIF process goes like it's laid out in front of us, we should start construction late 2014 on that building. We also want to establish what we're calling the Osgood Renewable Energy Business Park. It's just simply a location for us to bring in our suppliers. Some of the people that supply us, bring them to set up their operations close by so they can supply us with their components, which is very economical and beneficial to us, and also the opportunity to bring even more jobs into the area. We have a very unique opportunity that we're pursuing right now. We're looking to relocate a company from China that's currently doing business and has manufacturing in China. The Chinese market has all but collapsed for the solar industry. So there's all this equipment, all this capacity sitting there. We're looking to relocate that into the area, which would bring on an additional 20 jobs immediately into what we're doing as well. And then we've got a really big vision of constructing a 500 kilowatt solar farm. Now the idea behind that solar farm is then it would supply electricity to the rest of the occupants of the business park. So we'd literally have a self-sustainable energy business park. The occupants, the other energy users would get that electricity from them, which you think is a great selling point. It's a way to control their energy costs, a way to attract business in the area. If they know what their energy costs are going to be for the next 10 or 15 years, they can hedge themselves against that and not have to pay the escalating rates that they're going to continue to receive from Dukes and the REMCs. At the bottom there, it's a very rough schematic of our building, what we have proposed at the moment. On the next page, you can see a couple artists rendering then of what that facility would look like with our building on the 2+ acre facility on the 2+ acre site, and then the 1.74 acre site would be the new company from China, if we can make that deal come to fruition. The gray lines, it's such a small picture, I'm sorry for that, that represents the solar farm that we would put in place as well. And then the picture below that is a more grand picture of what the entire renewable energy business park would look like with ourselves and just artist renderings and our idea of what additional company spaces might look like. So you continue to flip through that, you can see some before and after pictures of the facility when we got there and then the work that we've put into it, working on the interior and the exterior. We've installed our own 2.5 kilowatt solar system on our building, which we're using electricity directly into our manufacturing facility right now. And again, just more before and after pictures. This would be a lot more meaningful to the audience if we had the presentation up, but we didn't prepare very well for that, and we apologize for that. The last slide is just one of the last slides there under possible applications. While we make the solar panel is really just a small part of what our business is. Our business is selling energy solutions, and that solar panel just provides sort of the catalyst for all those different solutions. We can take that solar panel and we can drive hot water, which is one of the easiest ways to do it. We can drive solar drying for wastewater treatment facilities to dry out the sludge. We can actually take that heat energy that we capture out of that solar panel and turn it into cooling capacity for buildings, air conditioning. And also, obviously, we can turn that heating thermal energy into heating capacity as well. So don't think of it that we're just making solar panels. The solar panel is just a small component of these larger energy solutions that we're designing and selling. We just happen to make them for ourselves instead of going out and buying them from somebody else. So I went through that very quickly. Anybody have any questions at all? We're more than happy to talk offline after the meeting. You're certainly welcome to give me a call at any time. I'd love for you guys to come out and visit, see what we're doing, see firsthand for yourself. We do have a panel. We did bring a panel, set it up in the parking lot. So maybe after the meeting, take a look at it, and we can answer some of the questions that you may have. Yes, Mr. Davis? I'm sorry?
Sean, one of the things that I thought that impressed me, on page 6 of your brochure there, the awning that they have in the front of their building is all solar panels. It's in the lower right corner. Those are all solar panels, and it serves the purpose of an awning also.
Yes. That's the 2.5 kilowatt solar system I mentioned. Yes, it serves, as Mr. Davis says, as an awning. We think it looks pretty good on our building. And then, as I said, we're also capturing the electricity off of it and feeding it right into our breaker box there in the front of the facility. So we're using every watt that we're generating out of it. That's just one of the creative ways that we can put the solar panels. They don't necessarily have to go on your roof. There are lots of ways you can get these on facilities. Roof is probably the best, but you can also awnings, carports, or two other ones that come to mind. I'm sure there are other ways, but those are the two that come to mind.
And they have also put together I don't know if they're going to market it, I liked it, a solar-powered golf cart that is pretty well tricked out. It's got a radio and the whole 9 yards on it, so it's pretty slick. It's awfully quiet, so if you're playing golf, you have to pay attention.
I think JR is looking for one of those, aren't you, JR?
Price is right, I believe.
Yeah, that's a creation by Andreas, Reinhardt's son. He's our technical expert. He was able to take just a standard PV solar panel and put it on a golf cart, and it's not seen an electric outlet charge in much, probably getting close to a year now. It's not been plugged in. We just set it outside, and it charges the battery fully by the sun. It just sort of is a fun project. I don't know where it may take us, but it certainly proves the technology is viable.
Do you do a lot of commercial and residential?
We can service any possible market. I think residential is a little tough right now. They don't have the incentives that the commercial side does that drives their adaptation of the solar more directly. But retrofit conversion costs on existing homes are not quite where they want them to be. New construction on a residential home makes perfect sense. I can put these systems in as cheap as conventional HVAC and heating systems. But we're looking at commercial, industrial, municipal buildings. You think of hospitals, schools, detention centers, prisons. We like prisons a lot. Prisons use a lot of electricity and they need a lot of hot water. So we can use those systems very well for that.
What about our new Dearborn County Jail? Have you talked to them?
I've not spoken to anybody down there yet. No, ma'am.
Well, we're...
Go ahead. Just for you, we have done the first prison in 2011. In 2011 at in Paso County. It is a downtown prison with 1,100 inmates. Yeah, and we put up 60 panels, and we are supplying all this hot water, and the electricity, next time I can give you a link, then you can go in. You can control every 5 minutes what is produced, by the sun, for no cost, We did this via another grant, for the county, by American Act, and the system was built in 2 months, and is now producing since 2 years without any flaw, without any problems, And like I said, that's what we like to do. Like you say, our systems are excellent for hospitals, for prisons, for every facility. We need hot water for free. That is the key point. To provide hot water, like we have discussed, that's a wastewater treatment plant. Like we did the project in Flagstaff at 7,000 feet high, and this was in winter always freezing, but there was a lot of sun. And now we heat the water of the sludge with warm water, and now they have no problems anymore. Yeah, the anaerobics are happy and producing happily, yeah, and everybody is okay. Yeah, and we are moving up next month to Flagstaff again, to the fact that we had this sole source contract with the National Guards. Yeah, and they gave us another big one, and we are working at the moment on a very, very large project with the Department of Defense. Yeah, everybody is moving forward, and we are very confident that we can keep our goals with your help at the beginning to move forward and give more jobs to this area. Yeah.
Now, like Reinhard was saying, one of the best applications for our technology is hot water. Think of what we're actually doing is we're storing thermal energy in hot water. And then we can take that hot water and then we can do a lot of different things with it. We can use it for cooking, cleaning, bathing, showering, things like that. But as I mentioned earlier, we can also use it to generate radiant floor heating for new facilities. We can also use it to create cooling capacity for facilities, air conditioning as well. So we're just sort of trapping thermal energy inside water in very high efficient tanks that don't lose that thermal energy. They store it very, very nicely. And then you just tap into it on an on-demand basis.
And you said construction of new residential housing, you could do just as comparable to other units that are being put in?
Conventional HVAC system, yes ma'am.
Grant, we might want to think about that when we build them new homes.
It would be gorgeous. We have at the moment projects in Orlando, Florida, in Sacramento with the university, but we are missing projects here in the area. Yeah? Our people are driving three days to Sacramento at the university, install a system in an apartment complex, then they go down to Orlando. Yeah? We would like to have some projects here to show what we have and what we can do.
Oh, that would be good.
That would be gorgeous, yeah.
So do you want to walk through the?
No, you are good.
Okay, all right. Well, we've had some very initial discussions with Mr. Davis and his group regarding the sludge down at the wastewater treatment facility. Sludge, for lack of a better word. So one of the big costs you guys, or all wastewater treatment facilities have, is how do you process that and then how do you dispose of it? So right now, I believe, Mr. Davis, please step in if I misquote or say anything, is that you guys mechanically spin the water out of it to try to reduce the water weight so that then you can pay less in transportation costs, less in weight, to ship that sludge out to a landfill. Well, as you guys have probably seen, those costs are getting higher and higher. And the maintenance costs, the electricity costs to run those centrifuges, the freight costs on the to transport it there, and also the dumping costs. Well, one of the technologies that we have is we create a solar drying bed where we take the sludge and we lay it out on a concrete slab and we dry it from underneath with the hot water that our panels generate, and we dry it from the top with the heat that our solar panels can also generate as well, and the canopy that goes around it. So then you take the sludge and you completely dry it out. You remove all the bacteria, you remove all the odor, and essentially what you have is granulated grade A fertilizer that then could be given away or sold. So we're working on putting together a more detailed proposal. We have some rough ideas what a system for your town would cost based on the information that we've already received. But that's one of the new technologies that we're also bringing to fruition as well. It's a huge market potential for us, we think, here in the United States. There are 16,000 plus water treatment facilities in the United States, all having the same problems and it's getting tougher and tougher to find ways of disposing with that sludge. So, and if you continue on through the presentation, there's a little bit of a summary, a discussion about that technology and that system. But in a nutshell, it's, again, using our technology to dry it out so it's cheaper for you guys to transport or use, yourselves when your parks and where you may need fertilizer or give it away, sell it to farmers, sell it to homeowners who want to use it for their gardens and the fields. So it's a proven technology. It's being used widely in Europe right now. That's where this technology comes from. We think we can duplicate it here in the U.S. just as well, if not better, than what they're doing in Europe at the moment. Is there anything you'd like me to add to that, Mr. Davis?
No. Any more from board?
Anybody have any questions?
Amazing technology.
We have one of the panels outside, so afterwards, we're more than happy to answer any questions.
More detailed information, yeah. They only have 4 left, yeah.
Thank you.
More detailed information just for the books then, yeah.
I was gonna say, give one, I don't need one.
That's what they're doing.
You want to take a look at it?
That's what they're
Special vote to all ordinance amending Title 5, 52-104.
And actually, this does need to go in front of council. We just to bring it in front of the utility board, though, because it has to do with the collections and rates of charges. And if you see, the dots mean that it just goes from section 52-104, subsection C, and the part in yellow is what we're asking to, that Mr. Davis actually brought to my attention and wanted to add. It's basically on delinquent charges. They include the right to refuse all utility services to a new tenant renting or owner purchasing property that is in arrears on sewer charges until sewer charges are paid in full to the utility company. Most times, especially on a new tenant or if someone's buying a property, those things are going to come up usually in any kind of title search. You know, it's just something that is good business, I think. So.
Mel, this clears up with State Board of Accounts.
This was a request from the State Board of Accounts. Every year they talk about filing liens against property owners for sewer charges that are in arrears. And in order to do that, we would have to hire another person, and that person, that's all he would be able to do is track those liens back and forth. A lien is against the taxes. Our money comes in once a year, and it isn't all of the money that's owed. This, to be perfectly honest with you, has been very effective. I've threatened not to allow people to have their utilities until the sewer is paid. And by state law, that's the only thing that you can file a lien against. The electric and the water, we generally have to eat. But anyway, this takes care of every request from the State Board of Accounts.
I don't think any action needs to be taken by the board. We just wanted to bring it in front of the utility board, and that's where they put it under, but we'll have to bring that back in front of council for a bit.
Okay. Any more, Mel?
No, that's all.
Jackie Stutz dump truck bids.
Oh, somewhere. Oh, okay. I got it. We only had one, let's see, one bid, which was from Shirks International in Greensburg. I didn't open it. Whoa. Oh, let's see. This is for, I turn the page here. A 2014 4400 SBA 4x2, I guess dump truck. I'm trying to find, now I gotta find the price. Those are the specifications, okay. This one bid, right? Net sales price, $70,272.26. And they're going to do a trade-in of a truck, and they're going to give them $9,500 for trade-in. Right, Mel?
That's correct, but since that, and I neglected to, well, we didn't have a meeting last time. But anyway, we've received a request from Aurora Cemetery Group that if possible, they would like to take our old dump truck. I explained to them the problems that we have. It's, when the truck was spec'd out, it wasn't put together properly. It's an automatic, and the gear ratio is very high. It doesn't go up hills very well at all. We almost have to pull it up 48. But they said that was fine. They just want to drive it around the cemetery. So that's up to the board if we want to let them have that.
They also contacted me too.
Yeah.
So it's up to the board. We're not had just one bid, that's just what came in.
That's the only thing we had, yes.
So, what's the board's pleasure?
Do we know what the turnaround time is, Mel?
I haven't looked at it yet, Bill. It just opened tonight. I don't know.
The only thing I have to say is, depending on, I mean, if the truck goes to the cemetery, I thought we had talked about before not trading these trucks in, having an auction.
Yeah. Some of the trucks, we may be able to use other places too, but yes, we have.
We don't need any more vehicles.
But that vehicle, with the history of that vehicle, it needs to go.
You want to pass that down to Mel? Mel, there's that
Is
bid.
the 70,000, is that with or without the trade-in?
Okay, this,
That's,
with the trade, isn't it?
no,
I just
think
sent it to you,
the way
no?
I read it, it was without. Let me see.
Oh, okay.
Let me see here.
It's like the last 2 pages or
Is it?
something.
Okay. Without the trade-in,
Okay, it's the 270,
without the trade-in, it's 79,772,
7,900.
and with the trade-in, it's 70,270.
okay.
Can you repeat that without the trade-in?
Without, 79,772.26.
Is that an automatic too?
No,
No. So, you know.
no, it's not.
Buy another one.
No, I expect the gear ratio on this one and the rear end ratio, and it's going to work out just fine for me.
It's 2-speed axle, what do you think?
Pardon me?
It's got a 2-speed axle.
I'll have to look back through here, Dennis, I'm not sure.
Are you inspect it?
No, I didn't spec it. Probably does.
Mayor, do you suggest that we wait till Mel has a chance to inspect it before we approve it?
It's up to the board, whatever they want to do with it. Pretty much inspect what you want on the truck. What I asked him is pretty common, but sometimes they'll leave them out. It's up to the board what the board wants to do.
Okay, yes, it is, Mayor. It's a Fuller transmission, 6-speed, short shift, but that doesn't make any difference to you all, with the overdrive, which is a 2-speed.
It's up to the board.
I'll make a motion to move forward with the purchase of that dump truck without trading in the other truck
Okay.
for $79,772.26, I believe.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it. You want to donate the other truck to the cemetery, or?
Make a motion to donate it to Roar Cemetery.
I'll second that, Mayor.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it. I don't know what they want that truck for.
Do it as is. No
As is, where is.
No viability on this part of Lawrenceburg.
Okay, moving on. Mel, sewer line.
I have one bid on the realignment, or the rehabilitation, whatever you want to call it, of the State Route 48 sanitary sewer line. And that's from, whoops, Miller Pipeline. Yeah, out of Indianapolis. Well, maybe I'll get it out. Okay, the total base bid is $470,580. Yeah. And it's from
$470,580.
Yeah.
I'd like to make one comment. I don't understand why there was only one bid. It was advertised, and I even called and solicited some vendors. But anyway, if that's all that turned one in, that's it.
It's Miller Pipeline.
Was it just advertised in the local paper?
Yeah.
No, it was advertised through Dodge, too.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. And I even called a company out of Mishawaka that I heard some good things on, and they said they were going to come down and take a look at it and bid it, but
They had in the Dodge report, everybody looks at Dodge report to
Yeah.
bid off of. Unusual.
What are we buying?
Does that include the, are there any manholes included in that?
yes, that's a unit pricing. So yeah, there's some manhole rehabs also.
Is that just for the material and the labor?
That's labor and material.
How many feet is that, Mel?
It's roughly 6,200 feet.
6,200.
Yeah. And the issue, the reason I want
Where's it to and from? Exactly where is it to and
from Scenic down to the hospital. And the reason that I requested the relining, if you all think about when you're driving up 48 or when you get to the flat part up on the hill, that sewer line runs right down the middle of the road. And to replace it would have been an absolute nightmare for you all and me, besides way more expensive. So I think this will work out pretty
That's
well.
asbestos pipe too, isn't it?
Is this that, like, fiberglass lining?
It's that plastic that I showed you guys, I think last year, that goes inside there. It's like a C900 almost. It adds probably 3/8 of an inch, and it gives the pipe some structural strength. Plus, it makes it a lot slicker.
Did you pass that down too? There's
That
that
thing
bid.
transite pipe, you get the cracks in it, you just
It's-
patch.
Yeah, and it's, a lot of that is clay pipe. So,
This would probably be a great thing to do.
and the
too.
process that's involved is they clean the sewer line first, and then they run a camera through and get all the locations of the laterals. And this process is pretty slick. Then they heat this material and feed it through the sewer line. And once it cools, then they go back with a little robotic camera and cut all the laterals open. And all that whole mess from manhole to manhole probably takes hour and a half. So it's not like we're really going to inconvenience anybody for a great deal of time.
This $470,000 probably saved us about $5 million.
Roughly.
Is it in your utility budget?
I'm sorry?
Do you have the money in your utility budget?
Yeah, it was in the MDF budget in the sewer capital improvements. There's, I think, 490-some thousand in there.
It is in there.
Dealt with this company before?
Yes, we have. They did a reline on, I think, Sunny Slope and Fairview, and it's worked out really well.
Any more from board? Entertain a motion?
I'll move.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it.
Thank you all very much.
Any old business, Mel?
No, sir.
I have one thing under new business, Your Honor.
Oh, go ahead.
One of the utility employees got a DUI recently, and he can't drive, and his job requires driving. And I've had about 15 or 20 calls on that, and I just wanted to bring it before the board to see if they want to do anything about it. I mean, the people that are calling me saying, you know, why are you going to pay one guy to drive another guy around? And, I mean, it's an ongoing issue with the city.
Are you going to comment on that?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. We were going to address that this week, Mr. Cook, but over the weekend, I had a family member die, and I was tied up Saturday and Sunday with that. And I've been busy today making funeral arrangements.
I hope it wasn't.
I'll tell you later. I can't tell you right now, but he was almost like an adopted son.
I've had calls about this too. I mean, it's,
Mel, you have my sympathy.
yes, ma'am. But, I think we're going to address the problem.
Discuss it later.
We do, there is going to be an executive session on, that's going to be announced tonight for Wednesday for council on other personnel matters. We could definitely bring it up at that time if
But it is personnel. I mean, it should be,
something that's,
Can we bring it up on our council since it's utility, or?
I don't know. I mean, we could advertise it that, I don't know, it's already been advertised.
It's already been posted.
It's been posted as personnel and, you know,
It's Board of Works and Council.
I think utility board would have, but utility board is council, so I don't know that there would be a problem if you wanted to bring that up, or we could bring it up on a separate day.
Yeah.
it can be discussed. I mean, we're not going to vote on anything.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's several guys that don't have licenses now, but the board at that time, you know, allowed them to stay, but the city's got to draw the point and draw the line at some point with chauffeuring around.
When I negotiated a new contract with the union, I told them any DUIs we're going to handle them different than what they have been in the past. But some of these, your job depends on driver license.
Yeah, and this guy does. I
I
mean,
can't fix what happened in the past on that was already done, but I think we need to make an issue or a different way of going about this.
Ultimately, I think that would be the works then.
Yes, we're
When's it?
discussing work session.
The executive
session?
session
Yeah, executive session.
set for,
When is it?
Jackie.
Are you saying we're having an executive session, Leslie?
Yes,
4:15 Wednesday.
4:15 Wednesday.
Yeah, that was going to come up later.
that's for personnel, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we could definitely address that issue as well, if he's ready to address it.
Any more, Aaron?
Nope, that's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Any more new business? Old business? No, I believe, okay. Review and discuss claims for board approval. I'll move. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Motion adjournment? So moved. Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Yeah. Just a second. Member Jane Pope.
Present.
Member Aaron Cook.
Here.
Member Bill Bruner.
Here.
Member Mike Lawrence.
Here.
Member J.R. Holcraft.
Here.
Assistant Police Chief Mike Lanning. Here. Fire Chief Johnny Tremaine.
Here.
EMS Director Bobby Mills.
Here.
Attorney Leslie Votaw.
Here.
Utility Director Mel Davis. Mayor Dennis Carr.
Here.
And myself.
Announcements? Yeah, I have one. The marketing director, I'd like to see if you let me change that to economic development director / marketing director. I think we can get more bang for a buck with this, and we do need an economic development director.
Would they still be inside the event center, or?
Well, they'll work both ways. They'll work with us and with the event center too. But we need these people move the downtown market and everything else. Some of the projects we're going to start, we do need somebody in that capacity. And when the money's already appropriated for that, we might as well do a little bit for both. That's my feeling toward it.
Can you provide us some kind of a job description what this person's duties would entail?
Right. It'd be economic development, a lot of it, plus the marketing for the event center and downtown and the rest of the city too. Basically what they do, they market land. If you have land available, they market, get business to come in on into your property and work on that situations. Like to know how to build the board feels on it.
And that's going to still be a contracted position?
No. That wasn't a contract position anyway.
I think that's what was passed.
We did it,
Yeah.
contract.
You appropriate the money, but nothing's been done yet. I mean, there was
But was it
$80,000
how far?
that was appropriated.
I don't remember being
We appropriated the money for a contract position.
You don't contract out that one position. You don't do that.
How far along are we on the economic or the marketing? Have we, because I understand we've interviewed.
Yes. Yes, we've interviewed, but I think we get more for the city have a person do both. We don't have an economic development director. Most of your cities have these.
How much did we appropriate? Was it the 80,000?
I think it was 80 something.
But I think Mike's right. I think we're going to have to go back and look, 'cause I think it was a contract employee on a year-to-year basis is what was discussed. I don't know if it was approved or what, but.
Thank you, Aaron.
I don't know if you get somebody to come up for that.
I mean, if it wants to be changed, I mean, we can vote. If it was never voted on, I don't know, but that's.
It was. There
It was
a-
voted. It was contracted from year to year.
That was for the marketing. I don't think you can get an economic development director to come in here for that. They're not going to come in for 1 year. Subject appropriation every year, but
And that doesn't include any benefits or anything. That was what the difference was, or when Mr. Hughes laid it out as far as $80,000, that would mean they would make about 50 and still have benefits. Unless you didn't have the benefits, then no one's going to have a full income for a full-time position and not having benefits. That was the problem before, as far as how it was passed. So I don't know. I mean, I do think it needs to be readdressed, but I think the mayor's just wanting to make it as a marketing/economic development director.
You just want to add the economic developer to it
yes, but
right now?
if we're going to do contract, you're not going to get one community contract.
We can go ahead and make it marketer and / economic developer, right, before we change anything else or whatever.
And then we can move on to the other part.
I'd make a motion to do that.
You a second?
So you're gonna, what are we doing?
He just made it to make it economic development market /.
Okay.
All right, then are you going to re-advertise it then for other, for.
Yeah, we'll have to.
Re-advertise it?
Right.
Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
No.
Roll call, please.
Jane?
No.
Aaron?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
JR?
Yes.
Okay. Yeses have it.
Ayes have it.
Yes.
Any more announcements?
Yeah, I got one, Mayor. We had a loan committee meeting or whatever, a meeting for the loan committee or whatever, before it becomes a loan committee meeting or whatever the hell it was. But we need one more councilman on there, and I'd like to nominate Bill Brunner for that position.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
No.
Aye.
I meant. Okay.
Roll call, please.
Yeah. Jane?
No.
Aaron?
Yes.
Okay. Bill?
Sure. I'll vote for myself.
Mike?
No.
And JR?
Yes.
Okay.
Ayes have it.
Yeses have it.
Any more announcements?
Yes, Your Honor. The farmer's market's going to be expanding from their location, just for the board's information. I see Cindy Nelson I think she's in charge. You want to kind of give them where the location and the times you're going to change the market to?
We're trying to increase traffic in downtown, which is an ongoing process, as you know. So I secured information about how many booths we would need and how much space we need, and it would work to put it in the parking lot of the building where I live at 118 Walnut, that's owned by Mary and Dennis Hutchins. If you turn into that right-of-way to the left, it looks like there's a big frame on Walnut Street. So they would essentially be there, but it is, so it's behind the right-of-way, but it is that location. And then still going around the corner onto High Street where they are now. And our goal is just to have maybe 20 or 30 booths every Saturday.
You're talking about the old Dearborn Savings parking lot?
Correct. It would, you know, they can stay where they are now, just off of High Street, but also going around the corner, because, again, the goal is to build it, have more vendors, bring more traffic downtown, and help everybody.
Is it only Saturdays now?
The only component that we are tackling is Saturday. But the farmers, in talking Saturday, would really, I think, would really embrace moving the Tuesday market to Thursday, preceding the Music on the River program, because there's so much more traffic for them already in downtown. So that part I'm not, you know, that's not anything that we're working on. We're working on the Saturday component.
Yeah.
But that's a change as well.
Thanks, Cindy.
Sure.
Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. Any more announcements? Most announcements we had in 10 years. Approved minutes of previous meeting.
I got a couple corrections, Mayor. Common Council minutes, first page. 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth. Says Mike Lawrence stated there will be no meeting on May the 20th, 2013. I believe Mayor Dennis Carr made that statement.
Okay.
And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seventh page. Under Leslie Votal, motion to accept the interlocals with the modification for multiple machining. I believed we tabled that. We didn't even vote on that because we didn't have the agreement in front of us. And it was discussed and you were to bring that agreement back.
I believe she's right. I believe she's right.
Oh, okay.
I think that I had modification language, and I thought that would be enough for you guys to pass it, but I brought it back. It's under old business today.
Okay.
Hey, Margene?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Entertain a motion of those corrections?
I'll entertain a motion to accept meetings with corrections.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it. Committee reports. Street tiling, curbs, Aaron Cook.
No report, Mayor.
Finance, G.R. Hopcraft.
I got something for streets there real quick, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Okay,
But
go ahead.
Palmer's there on 561 West High Street. They've had a handicap sign for a few years now, and their mother passed, and they don't need it no more, and they said the city could take it down if they needed to use it somewhere else.
561.
Yeah, West High.
West.
Yeah. Okay, now what, you want finance?
Yeah, finance.
Bills look good to me, except for one there for Media 6. I got it under old business, or we can cover it now if you want, or however you want to do
We
it.
can cover it now.
Anyway, there's a bill for Media 6, I believe, for like $600 maybe or something.
$650.
$650, and I've never seen nothing where Media 6 was approved to do anything for the city.
who okayed the bill?
I signed it.
Mike Lawrence signed it.
It hasn't been paid.
It was for Channel 14 that we discussed back in February of 2012.
I went back and looked at the DVD, and we talked about, I made the motion, so that's why I'm,
What was your motion, Aaron? Because it doesn't say. What was your motion?
well, that's what I'm saying. Mike talked about televising meetings. He said he talked to Butch. I don't know Butch, but.
Channel 14.
Okay, and then Bill said, because Mike said advertise city council and redevelopment, and then there's a little discussion, and Bill said, if we're going to advertise those, we might as well advertise them all, and everybody just sat here, and then the mayor said, well, I need a motion. I said, so move. I so moved to televise them, but I never with any particular person, because there's no prices discussed until after the motion later. I still would like to see them televised, but I mean, I've never seen anything since then.
I'd like to see them televised too, but I think we need to
But I haven't
get
seen any
squared away who's doing it.
Well, sign the paper, it should be a department head sign that
As long as you
paper.
can have something sitting right here, or
I'm still looking for it.
Maybe we could talk to him about getting prices. I mean, I don't know.
I thought Mel was supposed to do that, contact Channel 14. We discussed that.
I'm still waiting on Comcast to get back with me.
Yeah, actually,
They have
because
not.
that's what happened with the Channel 14. Mel said could get it free through the local cable. And here we are, June of 2013, still waiting. But hey, if it makes y'all feel better, I'll pay the man $650 because I wouldn't do that to a local person like that.
I'm not saying that, but is there any way we can get some prices to televise these, or a contract or something? Or do we have to get bids or quotes? I don't know. I mean, do you have to get bids or quotes on that?
Probably quotes.
right now.
Did you actually listen to the DVD?
Yeah, I got it right here. If you guys get the DVD, request it. It's at 1 hour and 20 minutes. I watched it. It was really
So
short.
what was your actual motion?
So moved. It was after Bill. Bill said,
We might as well do it all.
yeah, and I said, and then he said, the mayor said, can I get that in a motion? I said, so move. So that was it. There's really like no detail.
And it was talked about Channel 14.
Yeah, you said something about Butch. I don't know Butch, but.
Well, in
I
the
mean,
paper minutes, it says Channel 14. I didn't watch the DVD.
But
Still, I think, you know, if we're going to be doing business with someone, we need to have some guidelines of what they're going to be doing, how they're going to be doing it, how much they're going to be charging, and bring it back to us instead of just telling them to go buy, you know, whatever equipment. At least I think that should have come back before council too, to say, hey, you know, we're going to move forward with this. We're going to authorize this guy to buy some equipment. Well, that didn't happen. So I definitely think we need some sort of agreement to know what this guy's going to be doing.
I agree. And it should be a department head signing this paperwork.
And we should get quotes also, maybe put it out for quotes, and then if what is it, Media 6 is if he puts an offer in, I mean, he's the low bidder, I mean, he's the low quote, then if he can price are acceptable, then we can move forward. Then I mean, I want to get them televised.
I have no problem.
I think we need to go out and get some bids and then go from there.
We got to, get quotes on everything else. We need to quote this too. I entertain a motion to get quotes.
So move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Mel, you going to take care of that?
Yes, I can.
Any more committee reports?
There's a couple claims that I never had time to get with JR with, which I don't know why I have to get with JR
Because he is the
for
finance
claims.
Well, I will tell you this, it's public record, and if you want to go on record
And
to
put it
say
in
that
writing.
you guys are denying us to review claims before JR gives approval,
Nobody denied it.
please go ahead and go on record.
Nobody denied it.
Jane was told.
I was told I could not move on anything until I cleared it with Mr. Holcraft.
You should talk to
And
him because he's finance
when I
chairman.
was going through the claims and invoices at the clerk treasurer's office, everything was wonderful. Until I got home and in our packet, I found some things that need to be corrected.
You can correct him, but
And
you
I
should tell
did-
him about it too, because he is
I didn't
finance
find
chairman.
them till last night, Mayor.
But you still could
I
call
got-
him up and told him.
I have something on a claim.
I don't know why I need to talk to him.
He's finance chairman.
And I need
You
that in
gotta let-
writing. I want you to
should-
put that in
should-
writing
you
that I
should let
need to talk to
know what's
him.
going on, because he is finance chairman. You shouldn't let, throw it at him in a meeting, so I time.
All right, put that in writing, please.
Okay. And I know that we just had a big problem with $650, so I want to bring up, on the 2011, when I believe Mayor, I believe Jackie, I don't know who else, met with State Board of Accounts, which I met with them the next day, along with Jane.
I don't have their final report out.
I know that, but I'm not talking about the report, but
Okay.
there is something that we discussed with the lady, and there was an overpayment to a company for $20,000.
Got that back.
You did get it back?
Yes, I did.
Okay, because as of, I think, what was that, April? It wasn't back. It is now.
As of the exit conference, we did not have it back, but we have gotten it back.
Okay.
Yeah, they sent us a check.
Okay, next thing. I get thinking last night while I'm going through my packet, why is the city council approving all the claims for the event center? It's a redevelopment commission project. It's not a council project. Why is the redevelopment never approved the claims? But council does. It's not a council project.
They're on the board.
Well, I'm saying there's a problem with it.
You don't want to see any claims pertaining to the event center?
I'm not saying maybe we shouldn't look at and see them also, but I think they should be approved by the board that is building the facility.
I agree with Mike, but I also agree it needs to be approved by city council, too.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think.
I mean, who's the contract with?
If you don't want to see them, I'm sure that, the mayor would say, well, I guess if you don't want to see them, that's fine, but I think it's
not what he's saying.
A common courtesy thing, too.
But the point is, Bill, I know you don't like to listen to what I have to say, but the contract is with the redevelopment commission. They have never approved a claim for anything.
Take it back, or Grant, start doing the redevelopment and bring it back to council. Now, does that satisfy you?
Easy fix.
Okay, back to committee reports. Do you already have any more on finance?
No, that's all I have.
All right, fire department.
At the end of the meeting, Mayor, I will bring up the claims. Or do you want me to do it now?
Go ahead.
Got them highlighted over here.
We're on page 17.
1 second.
Back pay, starting.
Awesome.
Everybody on page 17?
Hold on. Yeah.
I'm not going to name the names, I'm going to name the vouchers, starting with 2161 all the way down to 2171. Back pay reimbursement for meetings. I know for a fact that the Planning Commission only had 10 meetings, and you're paid per meeting. So that's a total of $1,000. And there were several people on that committee, even though we didn't have meetings those 2 months, they continued to get their check. And when you back paid them, you even back paid them for 12 meetings.
Mike?
Okay, now, unless I'm going to lean on you between.
I don't remember the salary ordinance, whether it was.
You and Joe, it was actually, there's 2 different ordinances, and they're both read different ways. You can read them both ways. And Jen, Mike, I was told clarification was this is basically a monthly salary. It's a salary per month. Whether we have no meetings, whether we have 3 meetings, that each member gets paid this much a month. Now, that was the clarification that was handed down to me.
Well, when we discussed that, when we were doing the salary ordinance, it was stated on the old salary ordinance, except for city council and the Board of Works, they were salary. The other boards were $100 per meeting, and I specifically called up Leslie and asked her if she could please change that to salary. But then again, I rethought it, and I thought if we don't have a meeting, we shouldn't get paid. But when we did redo the salary ordinance,
We did it by
we
salary.
did go salary.
We did.
So.
And that's
the
what
two-
these claims are for.
Right. No, these are for the old ordinance, 212.
They're for last year.
We still have conflicting ordinances.
Well, then you owe me a lot more money. You'll have, I returned 2 checks, and I was advised by an attorney not to even cash my reimbursement check until all this was cleared up.
Well, Jane, you probably owe me money because I was on that board in January and I gave my spot and I never got any money. And one of these one of these claims are my back pay for $50.
Actually,
for
Aaron-
skipping, and I gave it back to Jackie tonight.
Aaron, there was no meeting in January.
I was there. I voted on the board members and everything.
I don't think there was in
How do we
January.
elect the board members or February, whatever it was?
I think it was February.
Okay, February. the
All
meeting for
right,
February.
well, maybe I wasn't on it in January. I think you gave it to me right away.
I was on it when it first started because then you went on the board and I felt sorry for you and I gave you my position on that
Thank
board.
you, Mr. Cook.
And that for the back pay, $50
But I know
to me,
that
I
the
give it
period of
back.
time that I was on the board, that I only attended 10 meetings. I returned 2 checks. So then that means if there wasn't a meeting in January, there was only 9 meetings, unless there was a meeting in January.
So what you're saying is for 2013, as far as 2013, it's salary, because that's what we changed when we changed it in January or February, right?
Correct.
But for 2012, it was per meeting. And
Correct.
they should only be getting for 10 meetings.
Right, and then on the board I was on, the ones that were there, they got paid for 12 months, plus they got back pay for 12 months.
So there's.
But we
they
only had
they
10
back 2
meetings.
months.
I only paid him the difference, Jane, because you came in and said you wanted your back pay between $75 and $100.
No, I knew exactly what you owed me.
You told me $250.
Okay. I knew exactly what you owed me, but when I went down here looking at this, you back paid the other people for 12 months.
Maybe there was a meeting that you weren't at the first meeting though. When
I
was
went
there.
through the minutes from Mike's meetings,
There-
who was there, who was absent.
I believe Mr. Vogt
If
called
I
that
screwed up,
clarification because there were
sorry.
2 different ordinances that read slightly different.
And that's why we changed it for
Since we
2013.
had paid it as
We
an
did.
annual salary, his opinion was that that's what it was. And it's up to you guys if you want to change it. But
They already did change it.
Already did change it, but these are for 2012, so. you're
So
gonna have to-
Jackie, you actually based this on attendance?
Yeah,
Well, because some of them aren't.
because I had somebody go over and get all the copies of the meeting thing, and Mike's good enough on his, he always puts who's there and who's not. So I based it on what those sheets told me. So I screwed up, I'm sorry, but I was just trying to get you your money, Jane.
And just let the board know one more time, I didn't get paid for the meeting I was at, and I gave Jackie my $50 back pay tonight. So, please don't put down Eagle Radio.
And also, just so everyone knows, I was taken off all the boards. I wasn't on any boards, so I don't owe any money.
I'll just let everybody know that I would do this job for nothing. I don't really worry about the money.
Huh?
There you go, save that money.
Any more?
Yeah. So clerk, treasurer, and attorney, you're reassuring me that those figures are correct?
I have not looked at the figures as far as, if she went back and looked at the attendance of the meetings, they all do look like they have different amounts.
And I kept the sheets of what I used to decide this.
Are you done with yours or still going?
I just don't know who to trust. I don't know whether it's correct or not.
Well, what she's thinking about, if it's correct, I got another issue about this accounts payable thing also. I asked the last meeting how many Barnes and Thornsburg payments were left, and someone told me 2. Well, there's 5 on here, totaling about $30,000.
We still need them. I wish we had them back.
And then,
Well, one thing I can tell you, Aaron, I don't know if any of them, but some of the claims was on at our last meeting,
Yeah.
is on here again.
well, it's the meeting before.
But they're the
I
same
said-
check numbers.
I said how many, and someone told
And
me 2.
Suzanne can explain that, how it doubly shows.
I can. When we do a trace,
and we do it by date search, sometimes we'll overlap. Because there was such a long gap between the last meeting and this one, we just wanted to make sure everything was on the report.
The only reason I was asking is because I got a email from Barnes and Thornsburg Nick Kyle in February. It's said, I have been asked whether Jane, who I understand is a precinct committeeman, may vote in a caucus to choose a replacement counselor in the event of a vacancy. The answer to this question is yes, she may vote. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. But I don't know if they're charging for this because this isn't affiliated with the city. I mean, I don't know if that's a claim or not.
That's city business.
I mean, I don't know.
He just answered a legal question for me.
Did he charge the city, though? I mean, that's I don't know.
Well, it is city business.
No, this isn't city business.
You being a precinct committee person.
That's Dearborn County Democrats. That has nothing to do with City of Lawrenceburg.
I don't know if he charges you or not.
But we did review, JR brought those to me, and I did review all of the claims, and I made sure that the claims coincide with the dates that we put in the termination letter, so there should be no problem. I don't know about anybody new claims. If these are just an overlap of, like she's saying, then they should be fine.
Yeah, this would have been in one of those claims, though, but I was just wondering because
But no, I double-checked the bills and made sure that the dates on them were only until, the
before that date,
termination date, which was 3/18, I believe, 3/17, 3/18.
And I think that is city-related because I had to find out that was a conflict of interest because I do sit on city council.
That has nothing to do with it. I don't.
As far as
Does anybody else on that board have to do with the city? No, it has nothing to do with the city of Lawrenceburg.
It does have something to do with the city because I sit on the city council.
So
And there was
I'm
a
on
question.
city council. I can ask about any board I want to admit in the world. No, has to do with
It
city of
had to
Lawrence-
do with the city council appointment.
nothing to do with the city of Lawrenceburg. The other people can't use that attorney. You think it's all your right to use him for whatever you want?
You can go back and have a printout, see what it's charged or.
I did not see that question. I specifically looked for that
It's
question,
not that
and that was
important.
not billed.
Thank you, Leslie.
I don't believe it was billed. Because JR brought all of the claims to me, and I looked at it pretty thoroughly.
You are.
Any more? Have any more?
I don't even know where we are.
We're almost to new business.
Oh,
Almost.
okay.
Any more, Jane?
Thank you.
Yes or no?
I'm just not sure how I'm going to vote on the claims.
Well.
I'll make a decision between now and then.
Okay. Police Chief Gene Hunterfield, or Mike Landy, rather. Police Chief.
No report, Mayor.
Fire Chief Johnny Tremaine.
The only thing I have is you should have the totals for May on our runs, and which is 38, and that makes us 210 for the year. Also, we had our wedding down ceremony Saturday. Went real well. Turned out to be a nice day. That's all I got.
Thank you. EMS Director Bobby Mills.
Mayor, our April totals for runs was 109 calls.
How many?
So 109.
Okay, thanks, Bobby.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you.
So is this the new?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I left those up there for everybody who hadn't got them. Those are what we handed out for the wedding down ceremony.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to new business.
Shut up.
Gary Fisher, tax abatement, Proximo.
Good evening. Hopefully you had in your packets the applications for 2 tax abatements that I had forwarded over. Again, I'm with Proximo Distillers. We own the packaging and finished goods warehouse facility located at 220 Shipping Street. We've started a major project. Actually, it's going to be a couple of projects where we're bringing new business into the facility over the life of the project, which is going to last until the middle of 2014. From start to finish, we're going to add about 70 new jobs. We've already added 50-some new jobs because of the time constraints we were under to get this project done. We had to be ready to have product in the market by July the 1st. So we've started the initial phase. We've done the hiring. We're using quick change parts to get through it. We're running multiple shift operations. but the multiple shift operations isn't really good for our business. So we're looking at bringing in new manufacturing equipment to basically retrofit 6 of our bottling lines. That'll be the first phases of it, is to get those lines retrofitted. Then we're looking at bringing in a totally new ready-to-drink line, which basically makes the mixers for margaritas and that sort of thing. So over the life of the project, we're looking at adding 70 jobs, and in total, we're looking at spending $20 million. And we've already committed, because of the lead times on some of these pieces of equipment, they're 9 to 11 months out. We've already committed funds of probably close to $5 million at this point. And the project that we're talking about doesn't include the project that, if you drive by our facility, you can see the new stainless steel tanks that have gone in. I mean, that $4 million isn't even included in this $20 million that I'm talking about now. So basically, we're looking for the support of the city to try and help us to make sure that, we can get through both of these phases of the project, retrofitting the lines and also getting the ready-to-drink business here. The ready-to-drink business alone is about, I think it's roughly an $11 million investment just to bring in that new line, new blending equipment, and new palletizers to be able to handle that product in our facility, because it's something that we haven't handled since back in the days when Seagram's was doing the coolers at that point, the malt-based type thing. So it'd be a totally new high-speed line that we'd be looking at bringing in. So I don't know if there's any questions. If there's if anybody wants to go through the facility, I mean, we can show you in more detail what it is that we're looking at doing. And I did this in 2 applications because it's going to cross over 2 tax years. But because, like I said, because of the timing of the project and the lead time, I mean, the filler for the ready-to-drink line is 11 months out. So it's going to cross us over those years. So that's why I've done the 2 applications of, when the equipment will actually be installed and operational. Part of it will hit in the first tax year by February of 2014, and then the next one will pass after that.
Are the 70 new jobs going to be full-time jobs?
Yes, the 70 positions we're talking about are all full-time positions. Like I said, we've already hired 50-some employees. 42 of those are from Indiana. There's been a couple from Kentucky, and the balance from Ohio. Looks like we've hired 11 from Lawrenceburg, or 13 from Lawrenceburg, 11 from Aurora, a couple from Greendale, and then 2 or 3 from various locations in the area. But the majority of the hiring, like I said, 40 out of 50 some of the jobs have been from Indiana so far.
What will this save you over those 2 years?
Basically, what it's going to do for us, it's going to be able to move us into, instead of running 3 shifts, we'll be able to move into a 2-shift operation. We'll be able to get more throughput through the lines.
I mean, tax-wise.
Tax-wise, I'm not sure what the abatement period is. If it's a 7-year abatement, or what? What I did was ran it out on a 7-year abatement, because that was, I think the last time I did an abatement, that was what it was approved at. And on, if I can find the spreadsheet,
So you're asking for a 7-year tax abatement on 2 new pieces of machinery only?
No, this is multiple pages of pieces of equipment. It's 6 bottling lines, and it goes from, fillers, packers, labelers, cappers. For 6 lines, it goes from a depalletizer all the way through it's an entirely new bottling line that's worth about $7.5 million by itself. So altogether, we're looking at spending $20 million, and we'll probably be putting in 50 pieces of equipment.
Leslie, do you know the percent rate of tax on machinery and how much it'll save them?
I was going to say, if I can,
I mean, is that the difference there on the bottom line?
no. If you run it out over a 7-year period, the savings would be about $860,000 over 7 years on a $20 million investment.
That's what it says on the bottom here. That's what I was saying right here.
Oh, doesn't
It does say 868, 628, is that right?
It's, that's under cost.
Oh, no, that's the cost of
Okay.
just IT equipment
Oh, okay.
that would have to be installed
Sorry.
with this project.
But you're going to add 70 new jobs.
Right, we're adding, over the life of the project, we're adding 70 new jobs, and we've already added 50 of those. Now, when we bring in the new equipment, we're not laying people off. What we're doing is just going to shift those, so instead of being able to run, 3 packaging lines on day shift, we'll be able to run 4 packaging lines on day shift, because we'll have the bodies that we need to run, all of those, and then we'll be able to run 2 to 3 lines on second shift. So our quick fix, because we were under, time constraints to get this done, was to bring in bodies and work multiple shifts.
So
But we're trying to level that out.
I mean, when is their deadline?
The way I read it, this needs to be filed and approved before any equipment is actually operational.
Right.
So we've made down payments for equipment because of the lead times and that sort of thing, but the equipment's, not here, not installed and operational at this point.
Okay, so it is something they could table, and I could definitely look into it, because I don't have the amount of years in the abatement. I was thinking 5 years, but it may be 7, I'm not sure.
Okay. And that, I think, from what I've seen, is basically up to the council. I don't know if there's a resolution that's already in effect that covers that area, or if you need to pass a new resolution.
Okay.
But it looks like, from reading the application, it can be anywhere from like 1 to 10 years at whatever the council's decision is.
Okay.
Now, with this expansion, I mean, have you got a contract? Have you signed a new contract or something? Is that what-
Basically, what we have is the distribution agreement for Jose Cuervo.
And for how long is it?
There is no end date for it. The Jose Cuervo agreement was with Diageo out of Illinois. That contract terminated the end of June of this year, and basically they've brought the business to us, and we're looking to keep that business here.
I agree with Leslie. We should probably table it till she can come back with the amount of years and the percent rate and the amount you'll be in,
Is there
save.
anyone that you've been working with at your facility
In
on
terms-
this, as far as this abatement?
No. I mean, we've talked to, tax advisors
Right.
and that sort of thing,
Okay.
but we haven't brought anybody
I'm
else
going
into.
to probably have to talk to a tax advisor as well, because I'm
Okay.
not up on that. But I will definitely-
It's a good thing that you're bringing in the 70 jobs, so that's great.
Entertain a motion to table this to later date,
The next meeting.
or next meeting.
Okay, so you.
Second?
To the next meeting.
Next meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Thank you. Tom Tavitt, mental health awareness.
Your Honor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I'm Tom Talbot. I'm the CEO for Community Mental Health Center here in Lawrenceburg in the 5 counties here in southeast Indiana. My original intent was to come and address you all last month. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And since the last meeting was canceled, I still wanted to follow up and bring some things to your attention. So mental illness and mental health are very important things for everyone. And so what is mental health? Mental health includes your emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how you think, how you feel, and how you act. It also helps determine how we handle stress, relate to others, and make choices. Mental health is important in every stage of life, from childhood and adolescence through adulthood. Over the course of anyone's life, they may experience mental health problems, again affecting their thinking, their mood, and their behavior, and many factors can contribute to that. It could be biologic factors, it could be life experiences such as trauma and abuse, or it could be a family history of mental health problems. So mental health problems, I've addressed this council many times before, tried to give you some statistics. I'm not going to do that tonight again, but mental health problems are common. But the good news is that help is available, such as through my organization, Community Mental Health Center. So people with mental health problems can get better, and many do recover completely. In your packet of information, I believe I gave you some statistics just to show you what has happened here from the service delivery that we provide. And again, one of the pages shows last fiscal year, and for us that's a July 1st through June 30th. And then I gave you the past calendar year sort of time frame from May 1st of 12 through April 30th of this year. So if you compare those two things, in 12 we served a total of 4,389 clients. Citizens specifically from Lawrenceburg were 23% of that total, or 991. So far this year, in the past year that we just sort of completed through that April 30th time frame, we've gone up from, again, the previous 4,389 to this past 12-month period to 5,815. In the 47025 zip code, we've provided services to 1228 clients. From Lawrenceburg specifically, we've provided services to 1,085, or 18.7% of the total clients. You see the breakdown, the breakdown of all the residents from the different counties that we serve. Dearborn County by far has the most amount, 46.3%, 2694 individuals. You see the breakdown by age group, and then the breakdown of where people went from our different service lines that we have. We have an inpatient psychiatric unit. Ending April 30th, we had 451 clients that were admitted there. Lawrenceburg, out of that, was 27.5%, or 124 individuals. And you see the Dearborn County count, 284, or 63% of the total. And you see that broken down from all the other services that we provide. Residential services, we provide about 120 homes for homeless individuals with mental illness throughout the 5 county areas. The majority of those are here in Dearborn County, and specifically in Lawrenceburg. In fact, we're building, rehabbing a building right now on Elm Street that'll have 12 apartments in it. We have supported employment where we're helping individuals get jobs. We provide community-based services for adults and youth, as you can see there, and we provide a lot of outpatient services, which is our biggest service line with 4,000 individuals there. We also see people on an emergency basis, not only at our site, but also through Dearborn County Hospital when they come in with mental health issues, and we've done that with 511 individuals. So we're busy all the time. We have 280-some employees. We're a $19 million outfit. We pump $5.4 million back into the local economy through our operations, through us buying lunches and whatever, through our staff. So I think we're pretty much part of the fabric of this community. We're part of the infrastructure, and we're part of the safety net. One of the things I wanted to bring to your attention is that today, in fact, at the White House, they convened a national conference on mental health. I think we're all aware of some of the tragedies that our country has had happen over the past year, especially in Connecticut, where it's sort of brought mental health kind of issues to the forefront. The White House is trying to do something and try to get leaders throughout the country to talk about mental health issues. We do know that if you can identify mental health issues early, again, people can get treatment and they can get help. Maybe we can cut down on some of these tragic events in our country. So that's going to continue as they try to push that forward. Again, they're trying to address some of the negative attitudes and misperceptions that people have about mental illness and try to get people to the appropriate help. One of the things that we're doing here locally is that the IRS and CMS require us, since we're a nonprofit agency, is that we had to participate in a community health needs assessment. Representatives from like the health department here locally, my agency, Dearborn County Hospital, and others in the health field, we all participated in an assessment last summer, and we had some feedback sessions from that. We are required, again, by IRS and CMS to turn in by June 30th of this year an implementation strategy that our organization will do. I know that Dearborn County has to do it because we're labeled hospitals, and we're labeled a hospital because we have an inpatient psychiatric unit, that we have to promote this implementation strategy. Our board of directors and administrative staff are going to have a community forum on June 26th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at the Lawrenceburg Community Center, and we will be giving our feedback to the community, and the public is welcome to that. That's all I have. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Bricktoe, open house invitation. Did I get that last name right?
Hi, thank you. I'm the Executive Director of the Region 15 Children's Advocacy Center, and I'm here tonight, first of all, to thank you for your support the last couple of years. We've been, business has been booming, I'm sorry to say. We provide services to alleged victims of child abuse. And Aaron Nagengard, my board president, is scheduled to come give you a full report July 15th, so I don't want to tell you too much, but I came here specifically to invite you to an open house we're going to have July 26th. It's lunchtime, 11 to 1. When Aaron comes on the 15th, we'll bring some written invitations, but I'm hoping that you'll put it on your calendars and join us, because I think it's a whole lot easier if you can see what we do, to understand what we do and how we do it. Is there anything you would like Aaron to bring for that presentation on the 15th? Anything particularly you'd want to know?
Anything, board?
He's usually pretty thorough anyway.
Yeah. Yes, he is. Okay, well, thanks a lot, and see you in a few weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nadja Simpson and Dale Walton requesting support for National Leadership Forum of CSI.
Thank you, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing us to speak today. I'm Nadia Simpson.
And I'm Cheyenne Younger. We're asking for the help of Lawrenceburg City Council as we make our trip to the Washington, D.C. for the National Youth Leadership Forum on Law and CSI. The National Youth Leadership Forum for Law and CSI is a unique 6-day program for high-achieving students planning careers in law, forensic science, and the crime scene investigations. By attending this forum, qualifying students can also receive 1 college credit through George Mason University. Nadia and I have been selected by an alumni of this program because of our demonstration of leadership, determination, and the drive to succeed in the law field.
I put a packet on all of your guys' desks. It explains everything, like what we'll be doing, and on the after you turn the first page, it has people that went. If you guys know Bill Beatley and all kinds of people like that. There's only 3 people that attended the Law and CSI forum. And then there's also people that like went and spoke on the next page. And a few pages over, it explains what we'll be doing. We're doing a mock trial at the Supreme Court, and we get to speak with like lawyers and like different like fields of the law and stuff. And we just like came here to ask for help with getting there and stuff so we can go and get the experience. Her and I have both wanted to be lawyers for a very long time, and we think that this would be a very beneficial experience for like not only us but like the community, because like when we come back, I still have a year in high school, she has 2, and like we could bring it back to the school and like help like the incoming freshmen and stuff, like get a jump start on like what they would want to do. And like this forum is not only for law, like there's like medical and like all kinds of fields for it. And I've talked to people that have gone to this, and they said it's an experience that we should take. It'll help us like with so much. So, and on the very last page, it's the very last page on your guys's. It's the budget for it, and the tuition fee is $1,695, and our plane tickets were $343.80. And for the shuttle to pick us up from the airport, take us to our location, and also bring us back like when it's time to go home is $100. And then our food expenses would probably be like around like 50 or so. And the total for both of us to go would be $4,377.
Where do you go to school?
Lawrenceburg High School here.
For you all, as far as your total here, is that what you need, or is that what the total cost is? Have you raised any other money?
We are still working on it. We're going to different meetings and stuff and asking for help.
We have a meeting with the Bar Association Thursday at Whiskey's, and we're asking them also
for help and stuff. And you guys are the first people we've came to so far. But we have Greendale and Dearborn County and everyone else we're trying to contact.
Have you been to Dearborn County Foundation yet?
Not yet. My stepdad knows Mr. Lynch very well, so he told us that we should go talk with them.
Are you talking about the foundation office?
Right.
Because the foundation office will only sponsor people of 100 or more. So because it's just Nadia and I, they won't sponsor us.
Is that the one you went to? Okay, yeah, I do remember that now. But we'll be there from July 16th to the 21st. And it's going to be an ongoing thing. Like, we're just going to be doing like hands-on work and like workshops, and like it's like people from all over the world going. There's this website, and I met people from like Iowa and stuff like that are going, that I keep contact with, and like so it's going to be a pretty big opportunity for us.
What's the board's pleasure?
Make a motion to give $2,000 towards their trip out of council donations.
They put in motion?
Mm-hmm.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Can I ask one thing?
Go ahead.
Do we still have plenty in council donations for that?
I would think we have that much. I don't know. This wasn't on the agenda, so I didn't look what money was left today. Well, it was on the agenda. We didn't have the packet to know the amount.
Do I hear a second pending on finance?
If it's pending, to make sure that the money is in there.
Aaron seconded it.
Not take it out of our marketing?
Or take out of the 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Thank you, girls.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Maybe Mr. Weldon can pay the rest.
Aaron Cowhill, Tri-State Parking.
Thank you. I'm Aaron Cahill with Tri-State Parking. It's brought to my attention that there was a few questions that council may have on the billing that we do each month. So I could, in your package, you have our previous bill from April of 2013. I think some of the questions were, why does the bill fluctuate? And then the management fee. So I broke it down to our staffing, our reimbursables, and the management fee to show you the total And if there's questions, I'm here to answer the questions. Didn't know if you'd had a chance to review your packet.
Have any questions?
Yeah, I got some.
The first one I do want to tell you is, like, the month of April, that was a 5-week billing cycle compared to your March bill, so you have an extra week of manpower. We're there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Reimbursables do fluctuate based on what we're fixing and/or maintaining, which would be the tickets with Toledo Ticket Company on your April bill. So, Mike, if you have a question,
Well, I don't really have a question, but I got a statement.
Okay.
Because I brought up in the meeting the article that was on Eagle Radio.
Yeah.
And the only thing I see in this article is that Tri-State Parking is paid $1,200 per month to manage the facility for a total of $14,000 per year.
That's correct.
Okay?
That's our management fee. There's
Okay,
3
but-
parts to the bill.
Okay, but that's all this says. Do you see that? I mean, it doesn't say we get a total, though, of $167,000 and some dollars. So, when I read this, and then I look at 2 claims for about $29,000.
Well, there's also a statement that we only generate $20,000 per year in our annual budget that we turn in, but as Jackie can confirm, Ivy Tech pays $8,000 per month, which equates out to $96,000 a year.
But the
That
contract
helps us
with
pay
Ivy
the
Tech,
management.
with the city of Lawrenceburg, not with Tri-State Parking, they'll pay them, I believe, $8,000 a month for your $96,000 a year. And really, the only thing I believe it says is they have to provide security. Doesn't say what type of security. I can put up cameras and we got security. So I'm looking at it for $20,000 roughly that's deposited that comes in through you. Actually, 2011 was $19,537.50. 2012, $10,021.50. And we're spending $167,000 to do that. To me, it's not real smart business.
Well, if you look at all the numbers and you calculate the cash flow from the Partners in Health, along with the Ivy Tech, and as we continue to grow with our new event center and with the Riverwatch using it, we actually do cover our cost when it's all calculated.
Well, just like if I take into account the $96,000 for Ivy Tech, $10,000 deposited by Tri-State, that would be $106,000. But we spend $167,000 to bring in $106,000. That's just not real good business.
I think we need.
I wouldn't think you.
I've given you this information over the past couple of years so we could review it. I think there's confusion on how you're looking at it. In 2012, it cost us $167,000 to operate that garage for 12 months. That's with our management fee of $1,200 a month. That's with our total payroll, and that's with all reimbursables. The council appropriates $220,000, and there was that number put out on that Eagle of it being $220,000, which we've never even come near. $167,000 is what our cost was. When you calculate the deposits by Tri-State Parking in 2012, the Ivy Tech cash flow, and the parking that's generated from the Partners in Health, it's $162,000. It's a difference of $4,898.
But you're calculating the free parking.
I am calculating, and that's a deal that and that's something that was given to me in 2005 from this council, that when I took that garage over, that was a deal cut with Partners in Health. That had nothing to do with me.
But the $167,000, I mean, is a lot closer to $220,000 than $14,400. And
there was a statement
I
made.
just want to make sure the people is not misrepresented.
I'm not trying to.
They understand how much money you're paid, because I mean,
but Tri-State Valet doesn't make $167,000.
Say you made that. I said, what you're paid?
Well, there was a statement in the Eagle that said it was a lucrative deal. We make $1,200 a month, of which I still have insurance costs and other expenses that we have to pay. I just want everyone to understand that this garage is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
But me as I'm looking out for the people. I mean, I've went to a lot of big cities. I go in these parking garages. Nobody works there, Arm goes up. Some places are just left up, So So I just think.
And they're
it's
paying a lot
of money
more
to
than
be
this for
spent.
that technology. The amount of money that you would pay in technology and your monthly management fee still, along with the service contract to maintain that equipment, because nothing lasts forever, you'd be amazed, because I run some of those garages in the big city.
I just want to make sure people understands how much money it costs.
That's fine.
I had Kelly get together today what was payable to you in 11, 12, and did you calculate 13 for me, Kelly, to give me a total so far it's been paid for them?
There's no total on that sheet.
I thought she was going to calculate that for me.
Now, I told you that you could if you would like to.
I didn't have the calculator.
Neither do I.
Okay. That in 2/11, we paid you $162,802.73. In 2012, we paid you $166,164.16. And in 13, we're looking at close to 80,000 just for 13 right now. That's just an estimate of looking at these figures in my head.
Okay.
So, to me, it was a misrepresentation that you're not only getting paid to manage the parking garage, you are getting reimbursed for all your expenses. And you're using the free parking as an offset to show a loss. But that shouldn't even be incurred.
You pay me my reimbursables for anything that is garage-related. I have to pay my own insurance out of my management fee. There's nowhere in there that you pay my insurance company anything.
You should have brought in a profit and loss sheet then.
I was just coming in to
And
answer
like he
questions.
said, if you're not making no profit, why are you still continuing to do it year after
I
year?
didn't say I wasn't making a profit.
What is your average profit then?
Of the $1,200, I'd say we're probably netting about $700 to $800 a month.
And you're managing that garage for $700 to $800 a month?
My payroll's all covered. I can get Central Parking on the phone and other parking companies right now, and that's the average management fee for when you have paid all your expenses. It's just the Eagle misrepresented it as we were receiving all this money and it was my money to do what I want with, and that's not the case.
And part of this thing was too that Mel Davis and Tom Steidel somehow were buddies. I don't know how old you are, sir, but
I'm 41 years old.
I don't believe that. I mean, that was one of the big things, is that there was some sweetheart deal when they came to the mayor's office and explained everything. And what they've given to you all, these overviews, they aren't making. And in fact, I mean, we may need to look at different things as far as Partner Health needs to maybe charge their patients, because that is the majority of this free parking that goes in there now. There's also at Fall Fest, I believe they donate all of their money to the Lawrenceburg band.
They keep a percent, and they donate a percent back.
But
we give all the proceeds from Fall Fest to the band.
When he explained all this to us, it really this whole article that I believe Mr. Taylor leaked to the news was totally unwarranted. They didn't have their facts straight, because those numbers that you brought that Kelly had today are very close to the numbers that they brought to you and put in your packets today.
And Jane, just to clarify, I have over 20 accounts through the tri-state area. So to make something each month off each account, they all fluctuate. There's no two accounts that are the same. So that's how a company grows, is you're making a profit on each one. There are one or two that I lose on just because I don't want to give them up.
I don't think the free and parking should even run into it, because then it puts you into a negative, and I still can't figure out with the free parking and your total operating cost of $58,000, you're in the negative $5,583.08. where does that
The
negative?
negative $5,500 means it's costing you, the city, $5,500 this year so far to have me there to do everything I do. I've only gone through April. I don't have May on here because I didn't have the May numbers when I was doing this. The $58,000 is what we've...
That isn't what it costs us, because I see what we send you in a check every month.
I know, and it's exactly right here. It's in your column. Total tri-state operating cost. That's why I said, let's look at April. April's right here. April's cost was $15,900. If you look at that, the total staffing cost, which would be your payroll for the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, if you go across, staffing total $13,734. You come down to the management fee, $1,200, and then you add in the reimbursables, which fluctuate from month to month based on what we need to fix at the garage or maintain, $1,009, a total of $15,900, but this was also a 5-week bill. If you do go back to March, you'll see it cost $13,000 in March. It was a 4-week bill. So that's why there's a fluctuation. But of whatever month it is, $1,200 is what goes to Tri-State. The rest of it are the cost for reimbursables and the cost for payroll. I hope I'm answering your questions. I'm just trying to...
Answer my questions, but I don't think the free parking should be a part of it. I mean, that's just the agreement with the health.
I was asked in the beginning to keep track so we could one day revisit that. How long are they going to get free parking for? That may not be a discussion for tonight, but every day, every week, every month, those people use the garage free of charge. We clean the garage, which a camera cannot do, by the way. We do perform a level of security that a camera cannot perform. So there are different aspects of that person's job duties that's there 24/7. Plus, we've built a lot of great relationships with a lot of great people that come in and out of that garage every day. And I'm sure between Ivy Tech and between Partners in Health, I think we should probably ask both of them what they think about having that garage manned by a computer or a camera or whatever we're talking about than having a person there. That's just my feelings.
We have police officers, too, that can drive through there.
I didn't say, I think Lawrenceburg has some of the best police officers. But having a person there when the guys on the skateboards and roller skates and the graffiti, we keep that to a minimum. We clean the elevators. There's still a level of maintenance that you have to have a person there.
Small ticket item here, but I was just curious what all the foam cups and forks and plates and spoons and tissues.
We have an office right there that's adjacent to the booth. And those are items that I have for my employees because they don't get to leave to go take a lunch break because there's usually only one person there.
So we even got to pay for their plates and their spoons and their cups? Okay.
We put the toilet paper in there. It's all listed on there every month.
Any more?
I think you're doing a fine job, Eric. It looks good.
Thank you, JR.
I understand everything you got here.
I welcome you to come down anytime and look at the cleanliness of the garage and the staff and the friendliness of the staff. We have a lot of good employees.
The negative, you said, is what's costing the city?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you told me?
You have three things making up the cash flow. The money deposited by Tri-State Parking.
See that.
You have the money deposited by Ivy Tech, the $8,000 a month, and you have the free parking revenue that we are not getting, but that is money that's being lost due to a previous deal that I had nothing to do with. This is a simple cash flow statement to show you what we generate each month versus our cost. It's just to show you, honestly.
Okay, but the
We can take the free parking out.
58,000 minus 19,000 is a lot more than $5,583.
You can take the 19 off if you'd like. I'm just saying that's money.
I'm just asking you, where's the negative coming in at? What's...
If you look at your 2013 sheet, you have $58,900 was the total cost for the first 4 months. You see that?
Yes.
And then if you add up the bottom of the three lines, the $2,300 deposited by us, the $32,000 from Ivy Tech, which Jackie can confirm goes in every month, correct?
The 58 minus the 53.
And then there's another $19,000 that's being given away in free parking. That has been done through the discretion of wherever that came from 7 years ago. I think it was in the original development when Partners in Health cut their original deal.
It was It was a
I don't
3-2
think-
vote.
It was an incentive,
Yeah, it was
and I
3-2
understand that,
vote
it's
to
an
adopt.
incentive.
But now it's owned by Dearborn County, right? Dearborn County Hospital?
I think it's changed ownerships, so maybe that's something we revisit, because then we'll have hard numbers, and we can revisit that. We charge $1 a day for parking, by the way. So our revenue is not like the big city. $1 gets you maybe half of an hour if you're in a city garage.
I just don't agree with that negative when the free parking shouldn't even be a consider. It's not a loss. It's,
It's a cost.
It's not a cost. How's it a cost?
I'm showing the negative $5,500. If we were to collect that money from the free parking, and you add all three of those numbers up, we would generate $53,000.
Exactly, but...
Would.
Right, exactly. But it's free, so it shouldn't even enter in, other than to keep statistics, like you said. And without that...
It's a reimbursable that's being
that
comped by the city right now.
That 19,000, we're looking at a $14,000 profit, if we take that off of there.
No, you're actually looking at a $24,000 cost to operate it. No, you would add the 53, I know you're seeing the negative, but take the negative away from the 5,500. You would actually add the 5,500 to the 19,000, and it would actually be $24,000 that's costing the city to run that, because you still have the $32,000 and you still have the $2,300. Does that make sense, JR? I know you and I met and went over all these numbers.
Yeah, we met a couple times.
So,
Any more? Moving on, thank you.
all right, thank you.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you.
It don't make a bit of sense.
We're going to take a small break right now.
What happened?
Said I need a break.
Do you cover the rest of that?
I give them a hard time, don't I? I know, it's unbelievable. Maybe it'll force me to run a little bit.
How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah. Are you bringing it up? What's that? Be good.
Good luck. Good luck, girls.
I love solar
Aberdeen.
energy, and I think
You guys might think I'm dumb or I'm an asshole.
Wait,
Good job.
we should have did that 30 years ago.
Tim doesn't got a hold of you. But I say midday. Well, yeah, if you didn't get a hold of me by
Thank you.
Tim Jensen.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
My sister had.
Yes, yeah, but have a good evening. You get a hold of it every once in a while. Have a good evening. It's on and off. I'll tell her you said, hey there.
Thank you, sir.
I know, trust me.
I like that.
I'll tell her.
So you're going to might get a deal over at South Devon Sewer with the sludge drying, maybe? I think it'd be smart to do.
Thank you.
That's too much.
That's part of it.
I retired
Like I said, we've got.
and all we have is centrifuge, belt press.
Appreciate you guys coming out and sharing what you got going on, because it's good to hear good stories. Very cool.
Yeah, it's costing you.
I just wanted to. After you dry, we had a dryer in there, had like.
That's not too bad.
Well, we're going to be,
Come and
But I
show
called
you
this
the jar, how we do that.
we're going to be putting around 8 to 10 houses.
Some in the grass,
You know,
test box.
so-
It's unbelievable, the difference.
Right, and they're brand new.
Fertilizer, we had some, it was green grass is probably that much higher than another, you know. I mean,
Thanks for coming down.
it's amazing. They'd be surprised what you eat in that food too. Hey, Aaron. All right, brother, thanks. All right, man, thanks.
Right.
All right, thank you.
But still, I mean, they're trying to just get something going here. Right, right. Free. That's always nice. Is that what they're doing? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Huh? I don't know how long the break's gonna be. Thanks for coming in.
I don't realize what you have to go in the right direction. And like I said, the only thing what you're looking for is to have some jobs here. Yeah,
Well, we're going to put rest.
I just shut that garage down. Anybody has time to come over? Free parking.
It ain't that far away. I was good. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Have a good night.
Yep.
House, if you're not
Thanks for
there,
coming
you
in.
have it empty, trust me, it goes to the ground. Can I get a awning outside of my house to go over top of my boat with them solar panels? That sounds like a good idea. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I mean, if Ivy Tech's giving him $97,000, who's our after midnight? Oh, they're probably there, but I'm just saying, who's parking? Yeah, that's a joke. Look at the money the city would save. But not only that, get the summer help going in there every summer and just clean it up. Have 3 or 4 days of cleanup every year. If you got to paint something, paint it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got to agree with that. There's something fishy about everything. Bayless coffee would be good. They don't want to play honest. They sure don't.
Well, I asked.
I'll tell you something. If I was up there, I'd have to agree with them. You know, I'm telling you. You know, they think they're all in left field all the time. They're not.
You're not handing out for a super freighter anywhere?
Well, you know, I'm glad I didn't get elected.
Ready for round 2?
Look, I'll tell you. Call us Kobe now.
6 foot?
Your son make it over okay?
Actually, he's still in Texas at mission training. He leaves at 11. Actually, his last day of training, I think, is Wednesday, and then he's got a free pass.
I hear the Delta Queen may be available again.
His wife's going down.
Head back this way.
He wanted me to go, but I just can't. Too far. Almost 2,000 miles.
Was he in St. Kenny?
Bliss? Fort Bliss?
Oh, Fort Bliss.
Which I believe the way he described it is close to Laredo.
Yeah. It's down there.
Because he said he worked border patrol one day for training.
I don't have a card, I'm sorry. It's 537 500. Yeah, because I'll have to discuss it with the tax consultants, but it is 1 to 10. Whoops.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought they relicensed or reclaimed those waters, though. No? For gaming. Because I thought they were cracking down on them.
We're not good.
Okay.
You don't have to either way, but I'm not sure. I'm against your answer. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know.
All right, Tom, good seeing you, bud.
Okay. I'll check on it.
Yep, I agree. I agree.
Got 3 weeks to go.
I don't get why people, and then where track suddenly got hired on.
Yeah, I know.
Are they buffy? I have to play some home Saturday, so I don't guess.
Oh, I don't know if I can do that. No. Wear me out here.
I don't know.
We'll do the drug-free policy. I'll read the drug-free policy.
Brings back to session. Leslie.
I believe it's Jackie.
Well, you skipped me, but that's okay.
Oh, Jackie, ordinance of transfer funds.
I talked to the State Board of Accounts. I need to reconcile my overtime, my part-time clerical help, and the mayor wants to make sure we have enough money for summer help. So I talked to the State Board of Accounts, and they told me I could transfer money, and so I took it from refuge. Now, I don't know exactly how much we'll need because we don't know about summer help, and I'm not sure about what figures I need, but this is a way to move money around without a lot of problems.
Is this for another part-time person?
No, I want to bring somebody in maybe a couple days a week, just part-time, not to make them full-time or anything, to help me do some stuff.
Just clerical?
Yeah, just clerical. Are they going to sign the part-time agreement? I'm sure she will. I'm asking yes or no. Well, I'm sure if I make her, she will. Are you going to make her? Well, yeah, I can. This woman doesn't want to work full-time anyway, Jane. We still need to cover our bases. Time agreement, okay. Do we have, I was going to say, who has that agreement? Because I don't.
HR person has.
Oh, chair, okay. I'll see Jenny. And yes, I will get anybody that I bring in like 2 days a week or 3 days a week, I will make sure they sign that agreement, Jane.
Anything else from the board on that? What's the board's pleasure?
Make a motion to let her transfer the funds.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Aye. Jane? No. Aaron?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
JR?
Yes.
I almost forgot you were down there, dear, sorry.
Ayes have it.
Yes.
Okay. Leslie Votaw, Fair Housing Ordinance Amendment.
In your packets, you do have, we do have a fair housing ordinance already. It's
These will
under
need to be signed, please.
Title
You don't have to do
11,
it right
Chapter
now, just
91.
do it.
And this amendment is to make it in accordance with new Indiana law. Most of the changes have to do, and you can see that on the policy part, which is Section 9101. It's basically to make it up to the federal and Indiana code. One of the big changes is they replaced disability with handicap. So everywhere in our ordinance that had disability, we had to change it to handicap. And as you can see, there are many changes under the definition, and actually the term handicap in the second sentence of the definition for handicap. There are, where it says term handicap, that was also a change because it was, like I said, disability. The other changes that you see are that additions. I actually went through our statute, our ordinance, sorry, and compared it to a sample fair housing ordinance that was provided by the state.
We just did.
So, I think I've just basically, the biggest thing, like I said, it changed disability to handicap. There is, it did change some of the sections, but there was also a prevention of intimidation in fair housing cases, which was a brand-new section. That's section 9108. And then 9112 was also a new section. I'm sorry, 9109 and 9112 were new sections. So, like I said, these are just, this is just an amendment to bring our ordinance into compliance with Indiana code and the federal law.
There were some things you had to add, and there were some things you had to delete.
Yeah, there was deletions under the exemptions, which had to do with housing for older persons, and they did delete those portions of it. So, but for the most part, it's changing disability to the term handicap.
Okay, on that number 2, on that deletion, on page 4, so it no longer has to be 80% of the units are occupied by at least one person 55 years of age. Is there an age change, or there's no limitation on age any longer?
Leslie.
It didn't, as far as, like I said, when I went through this, the civil rights form that was provided by the Office of OCRA, or OCRA. I don't know. It's Office of, I'm not sure what it stands for. But these were the things that they, that portion of it was not included in there. So I did take it out. It's not required anymore. If the council wants to continue to require that, I don't know that that's, but I don't feel like, I'm just going by, what's the law now, and what, that the state agency is saying we should have as far as our ordinance. So, but I can check into that.
So Leslie, are they saying that there might be someone, say, under 55 years of age that's handicapped? That's the word, right?
Yes.
That then they could have a place and they wouldn't be discredited because they're not 55?
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
I believe that would be the effect of the change. And maybe that was the catch on it, the 55, they're saying,
That would be
because
discrimination.
Yes,
Yeah.
that it could also be.
Because you could
someone
be handicapped at a younger age.
Yes.
And they took the 80% away.
Yes, as far as, like I said, we received these in conjunction with the drug-free workplace policy from Okra, and I went through our current statute, which I believe has not been updated since, I think it was 2000, I'm not even sure, I don't think it was in the 2000s, it might have been 98, so it was something that was needed to be done. And I have to get copies of these to the state agency. We were supposed to have them to them by May 1st, but with everything and the meetings not falling in where we were supposed to, I let them know that I was in the process of getting changed and getting them approved by council, and I would get it to them as soon as it was passed. But I have to give copies of what our ordinances are going to be. So, yeah, it was 98 was the last time fair housing was done. Yeah, I guess so. Well, I guess what I'll just, okay. An ordinance amending Title 11, Chapter 91 of the Code and Ordinances of the City of Lawrenceburg to include the current version of the Fair Housing Law and amendments required by said law. Whereas the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg has authority pursuant to its statutory and home rule powers to amend this ordinance, and whereas the Common Council, in accordance with the Civil Rights Act of 1968, is amended, and the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 is amended, and Indiana Code 22-9.51 at sec, and following provisions are necessary and appropriate to prevent discrimination in the hiring and housing because of race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin. Now therefore be it ordained by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg that an amendment be made to the Lawrenceburg Code of Ordinances Title
9, 11,
I should be a Title
11.
11.
Oh,
I have
okay.
Title 9.
Okay.
It should be Title 11.
Just reverse
Entitled
them.
Chapter 91 entitled Fair Housing, enumerated to read as follows. Section 9109 policy, it shall be the policy of the City of Lawrenceburg, Indiana to provide within constitutional limitation for fair housing throughout its corporate limits as provided for under the Civil Rights Act of 1968 as amended, the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 as amended, Indiana Code 22-9.51. Section 9102 are definitions. For purposes of the chapter, the following definitions still apply. The only change was to handicap, or replaces disability with handicap. Handicap means, with respect to one person, a physical or mental impairment which substantially limits one or more such person's major life activities, a record of having such an impairment, or 3, being regarded as having such an impairment. 4, an impairment described or defined pursuant to the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, and 5, any other impairment defined under Indiana Code 22-9.5-2-10. The term handicap shall not include current illegal use or addictions to a controlled substance as defined in Section 802 or Title 21 of the United States Code, Indiana Code 22-9.52-10, subsection B, nor does the term handicap include an individual solely because that individual is a transvestite. Going on to dwelling, any building structure or part of the building or structure is occupied as or designed or intended for occupancy as or designed or intended for occupancy as a residence by one or more families, or any vacant land which is offered for sale or lease for the construction or location of a building structure or part of a building or structure is occupied as or designed or intended for occupancy as a residence by one or more families. That should be Indiana Code. I put LC, Indiana Code 22-9.5-2-8. Moving on, because some of the sections would stay as is, as would Section 9103. I went on to 9104, discrimination. Discrimination in the sale or rental of housing. There should be a space there. I'll give you my copy when I'm done. A, as made applicable by Section 9103 and except as exempted by Sections 9103B and 9110, it shall be unlawful to, 1, refuse or sell or rent after making a bona fide offer, to refuse to negotiate for sale or rental of, or otherwise make available or deny a dwelling to any person because of race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin. 2, to discriminate against any person in terms of conditions or privileges of sale or rental of a dwelling or in the provisions of services or facilities in connection therewith because of race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin. 3, to make, print, or publish or cause to be made, printed, or published any notice, statement, or advertisement with respect to the sale or rental of a dwelling that indicates any preference, limitation, or discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin. 4, to represent any person because of the race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin that any dwelling is not available for inspection, sale, or rental when such dwelling is in fact so available. 5, for profit, to induce or attempt to induce any person to sell or rent any dwelling by representations regarding the entry of or prospective entry into the neighborhood of a person or persons of a particular race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin. 6, to discriminate in the sale or rental or to otherwise make available or deny a dwelling to any buyer or renter because of a handicap of that buyer or renter, a person residing or intending to reside in that dwelling after it is so sold, rented, or made available, or any person associated with that person. 7, to discriminate against any person in the terms, conditions, or privileges or sale or rental of a dwelling or in the provision of services or facilities in connection with such dwelling because of a handicap of that person or a person residing in or intending to reside in that dwelling after it is so sold, rented, or made available, or any person associated with that person. Subsection B, for purposes of subsection, discrimination includes subsection 1, a refusal to permit at the expenses of the handicapped person reasonable modifications of existing premises occupied or to be occupied by such person, if such modifications may be necessary to afford such person full enjoyment of the premises, except that, in the case of a rental, the landlord may, where it is reasonable to do so, condition permission for a modification on the renter agreeing to restore the interior of the premises to the condition that existed before the modifications, reasonable wear and tear accepted. Go on to subsection 3. Subsection 2 would remain the same. A failure to design and construct covered multifamily dwellings for first occupancy after March 31st, 2001, in such a manner that the dwellings have at least one building entrance on an accessible route, unless it is impracticable to do so because of terrain or unusual characteristics of the site. The public use and common use portions of such dwellings are readily accessible to and usable by handicapped persons. All the doors designed to allow passage into and within such dwellings are sufficiently wide to allow passage by handicapped persons in wheelchairs. The section 4 was the same. The proposed statute did repeal section B5.
Want me to read?
No, I got it. Section 9105, discrimination in residential real estate related transactions. Subsection A, it shall be unlawful for any person or other entity whose business includes engaging in residential real estate related transactions to discriminate against any person and make it available such a transaction or in terms of the conditions of such a transaction because of race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin. Subsection B did say the same. Subsection C, nothing in this chapter prohibits a person engaged in the business of furnishing appraisals of real property to take into consideration factors other than race, color, religion, national origin, sex, handicap, or familial status. Section 9106 is amended to add the handicap portion, discrimination and provision of brokerage services. It shall be unlawful to deny any person access to or membership or participation in any multiple listing service, real estate brokers organization or other service organization or facility relating to the business of selling or renting dwellings, or to discriminate against him, her, in the terms or conditions of such access, membership, or participation on account of race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin.
I'll give you a break here. You said we went from A to C, and you said B stayed the same?
Yes.
So you just didn't write it in?
No, because
But it will be in the,
it stayed the same as what we already have. It was not something that needed to be amended. That's why the dots are there.
so when we get the full amended copy, B will be included?
Yes.
Okay.
And I do have a copy of the old one if you wanted to look at it. Section 9107 did stay the same. Which was interference, coercion, or intimidation. Section 9108 is a totally added section. Prevention of intimidation in fair housing cases. A, whether or not acting under code or law by force or threat of force, willfully injures, intimidates or interferes with, or attempts to injure and intimidate or interfere with, 1, any person because of his or her race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin, and because she or he is or has been selling, purchasing, renting, financing, occupying, or contracting or negotiating for the sale, purchase, rental, financing, or occupation of any dwelling, or applying for or participating in any service, organization, or facility relating to the business or selling or renting dwellings, or 2, any person because she, he is or has been, or in order to intimidate such person or any other person or any class of persons for participating without discrimination on account of race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin, any of the activities, services, organizations, or facilities described in Section A1, or affording another person or class of persons opportunity or protection so to participate, or 3, any citizen because she, he is or has been, or in order to discourage such citizen or any other citizen from lawfully aiding or encouraging other persons to participate without discrimination on account of race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin, and any activities, services, organizations, or facilities described in Section A1, or participating lawfully in speech or peaceful assembly, opposing any denial of the opportunity to participate, shall be fined according to local, state, and federal law, and if bodily injury results, shall be fined not more than $10,000 or in prison not for more than 10 years or both, and if death results, shall be subject to imprisonment for any terms of years or for life. That's a pretty big bite, what they put in there. Section 9109, is also a brand-new section, Equal Access to Housing and HUD Programs, pursuant to Federal Register Volume 77, Number 23, published on February 3, 2012. The definition of family is revised to include families regardless of actual or perceived sexual orientation, gender identity, or marital status of its members. Section 9110 is the old section, 9108 section. It's the exemptions. Section A was a new section. Exemptions defined or set forth under Title 22.9.53 sec of Indiana Code shall be exempt from the provisions of this ordinance to include those activities or organizations set forth under subsections B and C of this section. Subsection B is the same as old section 9108A. C then goes on, nothing in this chapter limits the applicability of any reasonable local, state, or federal restrictions regarding the maximum number of occupants permitted to occupy a dwelling, and nothing in this chapter regarding familiar status shall apply with respect to housing for older persons. As used in this section, housing for older persons means housing is provided under any state or federal program that the State Secretary of the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development or the State Civil Rights Commission determines is specifically designed and operated to assist elderly persons as defined in the state or federal program, or intended for and solely occupied persons 62 years of age or older, or intended or operated for occupancy by at least one person 55 years of age or older per unit.
Okay, so there's not a limit on the maximum number of occupants any longer in senior housing? That's what it's reading saying to me. Is that what it's saying to you?
Intended for solely occupied person, or at least one person. No, it doesn't.
So that means if somebody's in a senior housing and they're 55, they can have their niece or nephew come stay with them? Which would be a big change, which might be nice because some elderly people do need help.
Yeah, like I said, the only reason I took the parts out that are marked out there was because they're not included or not required under the new state and federal law. So, and see, even the old ones said that at least 80% of the units are occupied by at least one person 55 years of age or older per unit. So, it just gave, it looks like, if the following requirements are met, I think what it does is it takes off some of the limits, like you said. Section 9111 was old section 9109. Administrative enforcement of ordinance, the authority and responsibility for property administering this chapter and referral of complaints hereunder to the commission as set for in Division B hereof shall be vested in the chief elected officer, official of the city. It just says chief executive officer, and it's the chief elected official of the city. Section B is the same. Section C is the old Section C. All executive departments and agencies of the city shall administer their departments, programs, and activities relating to housing and urban development in a manner affirmatively to further the purposes of this chapter and shall cooperate with the chief elected official and the commission to further such purposes. They did add D, the chief elected official of the city or the chief elected official's designee shall provide information on remedy available to any aggrieved person. That should be remedies. Available to any aggrieved person or complainant requesting such information. And lastly, Section 9112, separability of provisions. If any of the provisions of this chapter or the application thereof to any person or circumstances shall be determined to be invalid, the remainder of the chapter and the application of its provisions to other persons not similarly situated or to other circumstances shall not be affected thereby.
Entertain a motion to approve the first reading orders number 11, 2013.
Move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Motion to suspend the rules and read orders number 11, 2013 by title only for second time.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Ordinance amending Chapter 91, Fair Housing.
Motion to approve orders number 11 for the second reading, title only.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to suspend the rules, and read ordinance number 11, title only, for third and final reading.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ordinance amending Chapter 91, fair housing.
Motion to approve chapter, or ordinance number 11-213 for third and final reading.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. What was that number on that ordinance?
11.
It's really 12.
It's 12.
Yeah. It's really 12.
I'll get with you, Jackie. as far as-
Okay.
The next one is the one that goes with this one, which I guess will be number 13, is that correct?
Yeah. Mhm.
Ordinance 13, 2013, ordinance for drug-free workplace policy.
Hold on before you start reading on it. Second page, the D on the second thing down there, D, says, the use of alcohol on the job or on city premises is prohibited unless such use is not abusive and is part of an authorized official event held off city premises. What if it's on city premises, like music on the river or party in the street? Some of those are on city premises.
Let me see here, hold on.
For employees, though, right?
Yeah, but they
And
might
then
be.
they be on public time.
Yes,
They might
yes,
be-
I'm sorry.
They might, I mean, it might come an issue later if they're on city premises still.
And then why he brought it up about held off city premises down below, the second to the last line in the same paragraph, it says unless their possession is part of an authorized official event. Possession of such containers and vehicles used for city business is never authorized. But if it's an official city event, is that to be held on city premises or off city premises?
No, it was 12.
You don't
Well, I would think
clarify that one.
this kind of job around city premises. Let me look and see what the old one says.
Some of them say off and some say on, is why I questioned that one.
And it may be just a typo, but that's very possible. Look
I
here.
just know it might become an issue later for a few events.
I don't think we had anything like that before.
This is excluding city Christmas party. They do have Christmas party.
The use of alcohol on the job or city premises
We have a luncheon now.
The use is not abuse is part of an authorized held. I guess then we could just put an authorized city official event
Out on city premises?
or off city premises, either way.
Well, if it's on, like I said, he's talking about the Christmas party, but music on the river and party in the street both are on city premises.
Depends on where you're staying.
Yeah.
The city don't supply alcohol, but they do, the Christmas party, they bring alcohol.
Yeah.
Well, and let's say, I don't know. If I don't even see it coming up, though.
I do.
Let's see. As far as, I didn't know, as far as, them bringing.
I think the only time it would pertain to them off of city property is if they're actually employed in overtime for the city activity, unless it's a city party.
Well, it separates it here with an or, because it says the use of alcohol on the job or on city premises is prohibited. It separates it with or, it don't say and.
It does say, this, like I said, this is just another one that I received from the Okra. And so,
Leslie, I got a lot of problems with this ordinance. It's so broad, and there's no set policy. We need a set policy. We can't allow the decision to be made on who gets to keep their job by three people. The mayor, the HR person, and the immediate supervisor. Because let's say we don't like Joe, we'll get rid of him, but we'll
Come back to the Board of Works,
but
and
we'll
that's
keep
5 people.
but we'll keep Jack. We have to have a set policy. You cannot.
Policy.
This is not a set policy because it goes from one person to the next. They're going to be judged individually for the different circumstances, and you'll have all kinds of lawsuits against you. You got to say, now, if you have a first-time occurrence, if you flunk a drug test, this is your consequences. If you're found drinking on...
She's talking about F4.
I'm talking about a bunch of them.
That's the area, F4 is right here where it discusses that.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of them I got highlighted here, but I'm just trying to...
Shouldn't there be a guideline in there, you know, first
There's
strike?
no way we can pass this. We're setting ourselves
you get
up
this,
for all...
second strike, you're terminated.
Let
or
me tell
whatever.
you, as far as our drug policy right now, this is so much better than what we have now, okay? And I just brought it to you tonight, and I'm not saying you have to pass this one. This is the recommended one by the state, okay? But compared to what we did have, you want to talk vague.
Well,
it was pretty vague as far as
Well,
the
another
one we had
thing
from
about open
2010.
containers. A lot of crews go around and pick up alcoholic, empty, open containers. A lot of crews. You know, and if one's found in their truck, does the open container apply to them? I mean, and then if something's found in an employee's vehicle, whether it's personal or city, drug or alcohol, I know all kinds of city vehicles that, for example, to Civil City, there's sets of keys where people can plant drugs or alcohol in vehicles. You know, they could even plant drugs or alcohol in private vehicles. I mean, this is way, way too broad.
That's why there's tests.
Right, they would have to
Alcohol,
test.
there's always a
positive.
Take and test them.
Well, let's say you're searching Joe's vehicle and you find Coke. And he tests, but he tests negative for Coke. But yet he's still got cocaine in his car. You have to have a set policy. And I believe in treatment. I don't believe anybody should be fired for their first event.
But you don't think it should be up to, you do not think it should be up to the person that works with them day in, day out?
No. No, you gotta it has to be just set, you know, if you do this, this is your consequences. Treatment.
Suspicion.
You know, offer them treatment. If they refuse treatment and they're...
You have that policy now.
Okay, well, that's great, you know, which, you know, is good. And then I like the part in there where it's followed up, if they're found, if they flunked their drug test, where it's followed up over a period of a year, that they're randomly drug tested, which I think they should probably be about 6 or 7 times. Not knowing when. And they should be pulled out of the random list to be purposely tested.
It is done like that now.
And then what do we do with the number 2 occurrence? Do we give them a second chance, or do we automatically terminate them?
That's up to the board.
That's too broad, because you might give Joe a second chance, but you won't give Jack a second chance.
I don't know if it's Jack or Joe, but but the board, it's up to the board. The second chance is up to the board what they want to do.
It's too broad.
I do agree that it should be spelled out. If it's your second offense, if it's chosen, you lose your job, you lose your job. If people doesn't care enough about their own job to stay straight, I mean, how many chances you going to give them? And how is it fair that you give?
I think we agree on.
You know, I mean, not to pick
So why
and choose.
can't we
I
have
think
that
give
then, your
a
first
person
offense?
a chance the first time to get help, and after that, if they mess up.
I agree 100%, because you can't just keep giving them, hand them stuff, then you lose your workforce.
And that way, if you put those guidelines in there, that first offense, you can get treatment, second offense, you lose your job, they know it. There's no saying, well, I didn't know that, you know, or I wouldn't have done it.
But there's also paragraphs in here where it says on your first offense you can be terminated. But yet, in one paragraph, you say you are offering them rehab. You're friendly to your employees, which I agree with. So how are we going to judge on the first offense if somebody gets terminated without the chance of rehab versus the other person getting the chance of rehab? It's just way too broad.
I think federal law says you can offer them one-time rehab.
But then, Mayor, you go through here, it says they can be terminated for the first time. And it says they can also be terminated for...
It's a case-by-case thing, too, and it goes to the
Well,
board.
you can't go by case-by-case.
Sure you
You
can.
have to have a set policy.
It's in that policy.
And it also says you can be terminated for something that you do outside of the workplace. But it will be
It says that
judged...
in the rule book, the handbook.
But it will
they're
be judged upon how it affects the city.
Yeah, but it's in the handbook, Gene. Read the handbook.
I have.
It's in there.
I know, but it's just so broad. I would like something that guarantees that nobody is terminated because they're disliked, that everybody is treated equally across the board.
They are treated equally across the board.
This is just too broad.
I don't agree with you. What's that, everybody else got to think about?
I think something else, Leslie, that on page 1C, says abuse of prescription or over-the-counter drugs will also be treated as substance abuse. I mean, I don't know how you're going to determine over-the-counter drug abuse.
It'll test.
I mean,
If you got too much in your system, it'll show.
Who says it's too much? But I mean, I don't think.
There's a therapeutic level that comes
Okay.
up.
Okay.
I know, and if it's way over, if it's within the therapeutic range, then they're probably taking it according to what they need to.
And plus, they would have the show a prescription, right?
Well, that's for over the counter too, because, some people, there's definitely over the counter that can be abused. But as far as the use of alcohol on the job or city premises is prohibited unless such use is non-abusive and is part of an authorized official event held. Maybe we just need to take out off city premises.
Yeah, something.
Just
change,
put
yeah.
something, an authorized city official event.
Yeah, that's what I think so.
Because it could be on or off, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. I just thought maybe
If you want to table this and get your suggestions to me, I've gone by 2 prior amended drug policies, which were not ordinances, are not included in an ordinance book.
It's just in the handbook.
Yeah.
Is it in the union contract?
Yes.
Handbook is accepted by the union.
Well, in any ordinances, but
is drug policy actually in the union contract? Because I don't remember reading that when we got.
it does say that they will abide by any
handbook.
No, basically any policy, any drug-free policy provided by the city, something like that. It's the very end.
It's only like a sentence or two.
Right.
This day and age, you can't be light on this.
Now, I don't want to be light on it. I want to be fair on it. We have to have
We are fair on it.
This is wide open. This gives discretion to fire. You pick and choose who you're going to fire, and it gives it to 3 people. Then it goes to the Board of Works.
Then it goes to the Board of Works. It's 5 people. Same way as the council makes decisions on
It
things,
should
the
be
Board
a
of Works
set
makes
policy. This is what happens if you fail a drug test or you come to work using or drunk. This is what's going to happen to you. Consequence
But
number 1.
don't you think someone that's abusing Sudafed?
And you're even saying, Leslie, that if they go into treatment, they can be terminated. If they decide themselves to go into treatment.
No, it does not say that. It says you may not avoid disciplinary action by requesting to participate in an approved rehabilitation
It
program.
says something if you voluntarily get in treatment, that you won't be fired for that.
But it goes on to say later, you can be. I don't know where I found it at. I'd have to. Employees will not be disciplined merely because of participation in a rehabilitation program or excused from the disciplinary consequences. So you're saying they won't be disciplined, but at the same time, they're not excused from the disciplinary consequences of conduct which is in violation of this ordinance or any other city policies or job requirements. If they come to you and they say, hey, I'm going into treatment on the addict, in one sentence, you're saying there's not going to be any consequences, but then the sentence you say you can be.
No, what it's saying is participation in the rehabilitation program will not be considered a barrier to employment nor a cause for disciplinary action. Just because you go into rehab doesn't mean you can't work, right? But it's also saying that if you go into rehab and we find out that you are an addict and you're working on your addict, you can be subject to discipline.
Such as random drug tests.
It doesn't say that, though.
Yes, it does.
It says employees will not be disciplined merely because of participation in rehab
Or
program.
excused from disciplinary consequences of conduct. It doesn't say because you're going into rehab, but if you have drugs on you, it's just saying basically you can't hide behind going to rehab by saying, you know what I mean? By saying you're going to rehab. You can't hide behind that fact.
So you're saying if you find drugs on somebody the first time, they're automatically terminated?
No, it doesn't say that either.
Doesn't say that.
It says circumstances in each case will be evaluated by the human resource director, mayor, and the employee's immediate supervisor, because it's not something they're going to want to bring in front of the public.
No, I don't expect that, but I expect a set policy.
And you have to with all the HIPAA laws.
Right.
You can't disclose these things.
Okay. Employees will not be disciplined merely because of participation in a rehabilitation program.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, it says they're not discriminating against you because you decide to go to rehab.
Right.
Well, let's say you could go to rehab for anger management, or anything.
Right.
Okay.
But at the same time, it won't excuse you from the disciplinary consequences of conduct which is in violation of this ordinance or any other city policies or job requirements. So there would actually have to, you're saying, what is it saying?
It's just basically saying
Saying you can still get fired. It's saying you can still suffer the consequences of disciplinary actions.
And that's up to a board. That's where it should be.
it really has to be a case-by-case basis, because, I mean, you might have someone that's addicted to heroin. That's going to, their job performance is going to be a lot worse than the guy who's down here abusing, you can't even abuse Sudafed, but you know what I mean?
I think it's, if you're an addict, straight across the board.
Well, I mean, the state doesn't feel that way because there are different levels of law. I mean, possess marijuana, it's a name misdemeanor. You possess heroin, it's a D felony.
But still, I mean, after
I understand what you're
the
saying.
first offense, I understand.
Yeah.
But I think there needs to be something in there about whether it's a second offense or what, you're terminated, so you can open yourself up to a lawsuit and say, well, this guy got 2 or 3 chances. He was only smoking marijuana. I had cocaine, I don't know, but my second chance, I got terminated. Because I think after that first time, especially, everybody knows, hey, I'm going to have to pay the ultimate consequence and lose my job if I don't straighten up from here on.
Well, they're not even guaranteeing you a first time in rehab. You can be terminated the first time.
Well, I mean, I think there's something needs to be put in there maybe that the first time you are offered rehab, but the second time.
And if they don't take the rehab?
You don't have to take rehab. The policy is now you're fired.
Yep. Yeah, if they
And it
refuse
should
rehab.
stay that way.
Yep.
It doesn't say here, though.
It doesn't say that in here. I mean, you can offer them a rehab, and I think they should have the right to deny it. But if they failed that first drug test, then they should be drug tested quite often after that.
Is that fair to the person who's not doing drugs? You put that person back in that workforce working with them? No, it's not.
Suspension for so many days? I don't know.
If they don't
They
take the
have rights
rehab,
to.
then, they're saying they don't want help, to me.
Right. Is that a good employee? No, it's not.
I don't know. This is big. This is broad. I mean, it's just too wide open.
I think it's definitely more concise
I
than
think
our...
it's better than what we have.
Yes, it is. Definitely is.
It's up to what's the rest of the board think?
Like I said, we can table this, that's fine. If you guys want to come back or email me your concerns, I can look through it. Like I said, this was something from the state agency. They want us to have a drug-free workplace policy. This was the form that they provided us. I'm sure that there are some provisions concerning the employee rehabilitation, Part F, that we could tweak.
I mean, we'd have to look into the open containers, because like I said, you got crews going around town picking up open containers all the time.
Well, unless their possession is part of an authorized official event or in the course of their
job.
Job.
But if you suspect them with an open container, they'd have to fail a test. It's not just because you say, well, you had an open container, so they would have to test positive.
Picking them up.
And then, like I said, there's many people that have access to keys, and drugs can be planted in people's vehicles.
That's a possibility of anything.
Has Jenny read this?
Mm-hmm. Please go with it.
I think our policy before was a little vague. I think it's supposed to have keys to it.
I think the policy was but if you went to rehab one time, and number two, you were fired, right?
But if you refuse rehab, Jane, they should be fired then too. The city's putting out a lot of
But it
money for this
doesn't
rehab.
say that in here either.
I know we could add it to it, but they should be fired if they refuse rehab.
Let's just go ahead and table this
Yep.
one, and we can bring it back.
And before Leslie writes a new one, does everyone agree that if someone tests positive, they should be offered the opportunity for rehab? They don't accept it, they're fired, and the second time, they're definitely fired. Does everyone agree that before she wastes her time doing it?
I do.
Put it in writing.
That,
Let's go.
and is that, say they go to rehab and then 15 years later, something happens, is it still their second time?
For me,
I
it
know,
would
because
be. but-
it's hard for some. I mean, if you got 15 years under your belt and you relapse.
Now you're doing case by case now.
Well, that's right. So I don't know, but I was going to say, if you got 15 years under your belt and you relapse, maybe you might want to give the guy a
What's the
second
board want
chance.
to do with this?
What was your wording, Aaron?
What's the board
I
want
just
to
don't
do?
want Leslie waste her time writing it and see if everybody agreed that
We're
what we
going
all
to sit all
talked
night and
about.
hash this and see what the board wants to do.
The last one says employees under the influence of alcohol working would be referred to a rehabilitation program on the first offense. The second offense would be subject to termination. Would be subject to termination.
Would be, but it's not a definite. It comes back to the three people that make that final choice.
You have a problem with the people or what?
No, I don't, Mayor, because I really don't. But I just don't. I think we have to have a set policy so they won't come back on us and say, well, you let him get by with it for 3 times.
I'm on the
It does
board.
have in
Second
here-
time they're gone for me.
It does have in here also employees referred to a rehabilitation program and successfully complete the program before returning to work. Such employee will be subject to retesting 2 times per year for 2 years.
Yes, I like that.
If tested positive during the 2-year period, employee will be terminated. And then employees testing positive to a drug test for cause or work-related accident will be terminated.
There's a lot I agree with, but there's a lot I disagree with.
You guys just
What's
say
the
it.
rest of the board feel about this? You want to go on with it, or you want to table it?
Let's table it.
No, I want to hear what they said. I've heard what you had to say, I want to hear what they have to say. Aaron?
What Aaron just said, I'm
Yeah,
good
what I
with
said,
it.
I mean, I think everybody agrees with, but I don't know about the 15 years down the road. I mean, that's a case by case still, but my suggestion was they test positive, they get offered the chance for rehab. If they decline the rehab, then they're terminated, and the second time they're definitely terminated if they test positive again in the future.
So you want to table this and do the corrections and bring it back?
That's fine with me, if that's fine with everybody else.
Okay.
And then Leslie's still open to input, right?
Fine with me.
Okay, I entertain a motion to table this.
So move.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Go vote for that? Good.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Moving on.
Moving on, Amendment to Ordinance 1, 2013, which is amendment to the salary ordinance heretofore passed on January 22nd, 2013. Whereas the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg is required to pass a new salary ordinance for all union and non-union employees of the city pursuant to a union contract passed by the Board of Works and other employment contracts as provided by law and subject to appropriations. Whereas the Board of Public Works and Safety has entered into a memorandum of understanding with union whereby, among other provisions, 2 salaries are being modified to resolve pending grievances with the union in order to alleviate the need for arbitration. Whereas the salary ordinance requires amendment to reflect the new salaries. Now therefore be it ordained the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, that Section 1 of Ordinance Number 1, 2013 be amended as follows. Section 1, the following schedule rate of compensation of employees of the City of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, Dearborn County, Indiana, beginning January 1st, 2013 shall be as follows. The only two being changed are in the Police Department, Police Chief at $1,730.77 per week, the Assistant Chief at $1,538.46 per week.
I would like to say a few things. I went and got a copy of the memorandum of agreement. And first of all, I don't understand how last year council voted on something that you can go back this year, this council, and back pay people all the way back to what that other council determined.
There was grievances filed on this. This is a grievance to the union.
Hold on, Mayor.
I'm telling you what I was
They
doing.
filed a grievance because you give illegal raises and the clerk treasurer wrote illegal checks.
And they continued to accept those illegal checks after they told they were illegal. This was a non-union issue to begin with. There should have been no arbitration.
And how many citizens in the city of Lawrenceburg doesn't even make as much money as you're going to give them in raises? 50% raises?
How many citizens are police chief of Lawrenceburg?
They're not.
We're bringing them up to what
50%
other people,
raise.
bringing up to what other people makes in different cities.
Mayor, you guys talk about the state coming down here and take the money. Keep giving them reasons like this, and they're going to come and take the money. Being foolish, they're going to take the money.
Pass it by the boards. Pass it, the boards, it's up to the boards.
Has anybody paid back any of their salary that they were overpaid illegally?
No, because we were waiting to see if it was going to arbitration.
It's a non-union issue. It has nothing to do with
How
the
can
union.
you file grievance on something that was not broken in the union contract? It was not broken in the contract. It
Or the
wasn't in the
salary
contract.
ordinance. I'm
All I'm
telling you,
gonna
if
say, I'm
you
not
put
gonna-
this baby through,
I'm not going to argue. I want to say my point, but you want to talk about the state coming and taking the money? Keep doing stuff like this, and the state will take your money. I've done all I can try to do.
Mayor, you cannot back pay somebody for something that was illegally gave to them to begin with. They have to return what was illegally gave to them to begin with. This has nothing to do with the union.
Yes, it does have a union. They filed
It has, they can file grievances all day long.
Mayor, all this is a
You have to
cover-up
go by state
because
statute.
they was illegal from the get-go. They can't file grievance on illegal activity. And I just want to be on record saying it. And if the state comes down here and takes the money, you know.
And you don't give people 50% raise.
We're bringing them up in line what other chiefs of police make.
Okay, and something else, I don't have it tonight, but last year when we went through this discussion, and you said, oh, our police chief is the lowest paid in the county. I went and got the documentation from Aurora and Greendale, we had the highest paid. You said he is the lowest paid.
He's one of the lowest.
One of the lowest. Now he's one of the lowest.
In a
I bet you he's
our
the
area
highest
or
paid
a
in the
third-class
county.
city?
Don't you? Go yay on this one, baby.
Mike, didn't the union accept this for arbitration? And
Yes, they did.
It's not an arbitrational matter.
That's up to them.
It's not a union issue.
I've said in other meetings, and which the mayor disagreed, an arbitrator cannot override the law. The law was broken.
I'm only bringing what people told me to bring, and these were raises that you wanted to give to these individuals. It was not done the right way, and it was corrected.
It was not corrected because it wasn't repaid. And now you want to back pay them.
To where they should have been when they received the raise to begin
But we
with.
denied that raise. Or the state said it was illegally done by the... Oh,
They had already had the
unbelievable.
raises for a couple months before we even found out. One of the raises was all the way back in February. And I will say this, to our fire chief, our EMS director. If these raises pass, I would take it as a slap in the face if I was you, but I think it's ridiculous.
I think a lot of things are ridiculous, but
Then there's a,
You guys go ahead and vote on it.
there is a right and there's a wrong, and I'm going to repeat it one more time. Why is it so hard to do the right thing in the city of Lawrenceburg?
You know, we asked that question, I asked that question for, I don't know, 12 months? Why is it so wrong to do the right thing?
Why is it so hard?
You guys did whatever you wanted to do when you wanted to do it.
I'll tell you what.
Legally.
I'll tell you what.
No, you didn't. Without anyone else. Without anyone else.
I'll tell you, Bill, you're such a man. Here's the man I am. Let's all of us ask for the state police to investigate every one of our activities sitting up here, and if I done something wrong, I will pay the consequences for what I done.
I believe they are.
Well, let's ask the state police to investigate every one of us.
They've been here for...
They've never done that.
We never asked the state police to investigate nobody, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to.
There is a state police investigation.
And there's another thing. We do not know what's going on in the clerk treasurer's office. We have been told we cannot get a report from Dan Hayden until the end of June. We are entitled to know what's going on in that clerk treasurer's
Wednesday
office.
night, Jane, you'll find out all about it in the
I don't know
executive
either.
session.
I don't know either.
You haven't been privy to it?
No, you can trust me on this one, Jane.
Bill and Aaron don't know because I haven't had a chance to talk to them.
And I also was not invited to the exit report on the State Board of Accounts that I requested time and time again to be there, because at that time I was still financial chairperson, and I had to make a trip to Brookville the next day to read the report. And I can't wait till that report becomes public.
And we did some things on that tonight to change some things that was wrong.
What you're doing right here is going to hurt you more. You're not changing what you did wrong. You are doing more criminal activity.
That's up to the board.
Well, okay, well, let's vote on it.
You're not allowed to give anyone raises.
These are 50% raises. I'm not going to say it's criminally illegal today.
I'm just asking. You guys
but
are
I
saying
think
that it's criminal. Are we allowed?
It was last year. Last year it was criminal.
Is the city council allowed to
We
give
got,
anyone
we
raises?
got bad advice.
I'm just asking.
No, I'm saying what the mayor did and what Jackie did, they were called on it. They were told it was illegal, it was wrong.
And we changed it.
After we brought it out, you continued to pay
You did not
them
make anybody pay
until
their money
it was a
back.
must, they stopped.
And now you're going to pass an ordinance to give them money back to September of 2012? Why don't you make them pay their money back? If you want them to have a raise so bad, make them pay their money back. Start the raise from the day you pass the ordinance.
For example, I think the police chief got about a $4,000 raise, which was pretty daggone
And I wanted
good.
to give him more, and a co-counselor said, well, if he don't want any more, Gene, don't give him any more. I think Gene didn't do well.
We gonna vote on this or
Up
what?
to the board.
Leslie, before we vote, Leslie, is it legal to do this in the back pay and they give these raises?
The executive has the power to give the raises in any municipality, subject to appropriation by council.
And another thing, we're passing an ordinance before appropriations have been made. Here we go again.
Subject to appropriations. It says subject to appropriations if you read the very first.
I'll give her credit on that one. It does say that.
But what about the back pay portion?
The back pay portion is based on the grievances.
I know that, but I'm just saying, is it legal though?
As far as the back pay, if it's something the arbitrator could give them, this is a settlement of the arbitration, so we don't have to go through the costs of the arbitration. Just like if we settled a lawsuit. I mean, that's what they're like.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I consider, but I just want to make sure it was legal. That's what I thought the legal cost is going to cost.
Aaron, she's misleading you.
Board of Works passed this favorable, right, to council.
Passing on to council.
Let's get on to voting here.
Any more questions? Entertain a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
No.
No.
Roll call, please.
Jane?
No.
Aaron?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
JR?
Yes.
You just sold yourself, baby.
I'd like a signed copy of that before I leave this evening, please.
And we need a copy of it after it's all signed by everybody too, please.
That's what I'm asking for.
You just made.
Well, signed. And then we'll have to get somebody to make us a
Mean
copy.
Utility ordinance. Utility ordinance.
Well, I hate to see
What?
it, Aaron.
What's next?
Utility ordinance.
Huh?
Utility ordinance that was brought up under the utility board.
Oh,
What number would that be, 14?
wait a minute. Really, it could be 13, because we tabled the one, the drug-free one.
Oh, okay.
So you can just slot that into 13.
Ordinance amending section 52.104, billing and collection of rates and charges, delinquent rates and charges. An ordinance amending Title 5, Chapter 52 of the Code and Ordinance of the City of Lawrenceburg to include further collection remedies. Whereas the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg has authority pursuant to its statutory and homeroom powers to amend this ordinance, and whereas the Common Council wishes to allow the utility department to refuse certain utility service on delinquent utility accounts. And therefore now be it ordained by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg that an amendment be made to this Lawrenceburg Code and Ordinances, Title 5, Chapter 52, entitled Sewers, enumerated Section 52.104C to read as follows. Section 52.104, billing and collection of rates and charges, delinquent rates and charges. C, notwithstanding the above, the city reserves the right to take any legal action required to collect delinquent sewer charges, including the right to refuse all utility services to a new tenant renting or an owner purchasing property that is in arrears on sewer charges until sewer charges are paid in full to the utility company.
Need a motion reading ordinance number, what ordinance is that, 13?
13.
2013. I'll move. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Who made the motion, please?
I did. Bill.
Okay.
Need a motion to suspend the rules, read ordinance number 13, 2013, by title only for second time.
I'll move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Ordinance amending section 52.104, billing and collection of rates and charges, delinquent rates and charges.
Motion to approve ordinance number 13 for the second reading, but
Second. Motion. Sorry.
all in favor?
Aye.
All against? Motion to suspend the rules, ordinance number 13 by title only, third and final reading.
I'll move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against?
Ordinance amending section 52.104, billing and collection of rates and charges, delinquent rates and charges.
Motion to approve ordinance 13 for third and final reading.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it. Okay. Leslie, defend on report on mediation.
This is the Dearborn Superior Court number 1, cause number filed by, or case filed by the Common Council of State of Lawrenceburg, Jane Pope, Mike Lawrence, and Doug Taylor versus Jackie Stutz. I did a report on mediation because there was a mediation deadline of May 31st. As you can read the defense report, it does state that we agreed on a mediator by March 29th, but on or about March 18th, the plaintiff by majority vote voted to terminate the employment of counsel for the plaintiffs, of which they received notice immediately. That would be Mr. Kyle and Mr. Cransley. That the plaintiff then on April 15, 2013 voted to dismiss this lawsuit by majority vote, of which counsel for the plaintiff was also informed and responded that a motion to withdraw was filed after many phone calls that I made to them. That counsel for the defendant has a conflict of interest in filing the motion in order to dismiss in this matter because the plaintiff could hire an attorney to do so, meaning because I represent Jackie Stutz in this suit, I can't turn around and file a motion to dismiss on behalf of the Common Council. This was just basically for the judge's information. At this point, because Mr. Cranley and Mr. Kyle have not done a withdrawal, I would ask for a vote to hire an attorney to dismiss the case, enter an appearance and dismiss the case. I have talked to a couple of attorneys. Mr. John Stroop said he would do that. It should just be entering an appearance and just doing a motion in order to dismiss on behalf of counsel.
Motion to proceed.
Your second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
No.
Roll call, please.
Hold on. Wait a minute, just a second. Okay, Jane? No. Aaron?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Okay. Mike?
No.
JR?
Yes.
Okay.
Ayes have it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, interlocal agreement for resolution town of Dillsboro.
I did bring this back to you, what Jane had noted in the minutes. Attached is a resolution also in the interlocal. The highlighted portions are, well, and the marked out portions are the portions of what they wanted to add. I guess, does anybody have any questions or concerns?
I do. One is, why are they taking out, I mean, I can understand why the person would want it took out, but funds should be used after all matching funds are expended for the project. Why can't they expend their funds first?
Well, it does say, if you read on, that the grantee may request in writing modification of this requirement. Any agreement for modification will not be unreasonably withheld by the city. It's because it is
How's that unreasonable for them to spend their money? I mean, have you read Indy Star and what has went on?
In 3 out of 105 grants. Yeah.
Well, I don't know of, but
That was in the Indy
regardless.
Star too. But
Okay.
you just want to
Well, I'll just,
talk about the negative ones. I mean,
All right.
multiple machining
Ma'am,
is a small.
I'm allowed to say a few things if I
small
want.
mom and pop business. I think that's probably why. I mean,
But if you're going to spend a certain amount of dollars, what's it matter if you spend them up front or second?
Mr. Hughes, do you have anything on this?
And then all I've heard about due diligence. Let's see, where did I read it here?
Grant, you have anything on this?
Grantee has done due diligence to confirm that the applicant is financially sound and that the proposed. Why would you take out that? I mean, you're the one that's keep saying due diligence. You know, we have to do the due diligence. Make sure the due diligence is done. Well, now we're taking it out.
Are we on page 3, Mike?
Yeah.
It says that receive financial records from the applicant and from officials charged with collecting financial information for use in the grant approval process, which would be Kelly Wills, and based on these records, believe the project to be viable. Basically, they're saying that they are relying on the due diligence done by the Indiana
Small Business Group.
Small Business Group.
I just want to point out my thing. That's all I have.
Did you see these changes?
Yes. As far as the 33%, it's something that we've done in the past, matching up with funds, because most of the time these people are putting down money for deposits, which we don't share in those deposits. This helps with the cash flow on the project.
This is a pretty small facility too, isn't it? From what I understand.
At least we don't have the money all going out first. We have it proportionate to the project.
Now, did this money come from redevelopment?
No, this is 10 county.
10 county. Where's the jobs? Just then them hiring them to build the building and construction of the new building and demolition of the old building. That's where the jobs come in?
Oh, their jobs?
No. Is it creating any jobs?
Yes, we've got ramifications to create the jobs.
Any more?
What's the resolution number?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. What did I do with this? I think it's 11. Leslie, but I put that paper somewhere else. Here. No, resolution is 13.
13.
Yeah.
13, Resolution 13, 2013.
Yes.
A resolution regarding entering into a revised interlocal agreement with the town of Dillsboro, whereas the city of Lawrenceburg desires to invest a portion of its gaming revenue in surrounding Indiana counties in the form of economic development grants, and the town of Dillsboro was granted some monies for the multiple machining project, and the city of Lawrenceburg wishes to enter into a revised interlocal agreement with the town of Dillsboro for said project. Now therefore it be resolved by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, that the City of Lawrenceburg enter into a revised interlocal agreement with the town of Dillsboro for a multiple machining project.
Entertain a motion?
I'll move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Second. Jane?
No.
Aaron?
No.
What? I'm sorry.
No.
Bill?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
And JR?
Yes.
No.
2 to 3?
No, it's 3 noes to 2 yeses.
Okay, moving on, Interlocal Greendale Redevelopment Commission. What number is that one?
If you're talking about the resolution, since...
What's your deal, so I can let them know?
Mine?
Yeah, I mean, what's
Just that,
everyone's deal?
Just like Mike was saying before, everybody wants us to put our money first.
Okay.
And removing the due diligence? This will be
Mine
resolution
is just
14.
they want us to put our money first before they do.
Okay. I will let them know. Okay, last one, or second to last one. This is Greendale Redevelopment Commission. Again, it's a proposed change. You can see the changes. The changes in yellow were changes made by, I assume, Mr. Butler. The changes in blue, basically didn't change.
So the blue stays in?
The blue stays in. And that's part of the original. The due diligence part I did keep in there. But when Mr. Watson talked to me about the due diligence on the Dillsboro one, that sounded reasonable too, so I don't know. One of the things that really bothered me about this was at first is they wanted to secure repayment with the UCC1 financing statements of the grant if necessary to the grantee, not to us. So I looked through their development agreement with Robinson Trucking, and basically the grant money in the development agreement with them would come back to them, not us. So that's why I kept that blue part in there, because the UCC1 financing statements for all those trucks would be to secure payment of the grant if necessary to the city, if there was some kind of not to the grantee. They had president in there too, so chief executive or top elected official I put in there. Now, the part that is crossed out, they have that provision in their development agreement, and because they have a development agreement with Robinson Trucking, Robinson Trucking is the one that should be reporting to Greendale, not us. You know what I mean? So that's kind of because they have that development agreement with Robinson Trucking. Not all the ones we deal with have development agreements between the grantee and the applicant. This one did, and I looked at that, and they have to provide they have to help Greendale provide what they have to provide to us. So that's the reason that was marked out.
The one thing I had with this one was back when we voted on this before. If you remember, I said I had a really hard time on this grant because it was for buying trucks. And the only way that I could agree with this, because I think the trucks are working capital or working expense, is if there was a guarantee of jobs with those trucks. And Grant, you assured me it would be in there. There's nothing in here.
It references the applicant application that they put in, and they showed the employment numbers at that time.
But it's not in the agreement.
References the application.
It does say, let me see here.
It says the city does hereby authorize a grant of $500,000 to the grantee for the sole purpose of expansion of the fleet of Robinson & Sons Trucking Incorporated in Greendale.
Here it is. The grantee.
Can I finish? Does that mean that they're going to replace, when they buy these new trucks, are they replacing old trucks? Are these new trucks going to get a few more employees, or?
It says expansion of the fleet, so that means it shouldn't be.
Then shouldn't be replacement.
It does say on page 2, Mike, to answer your question, it does say the grantee and duly authorized executives and elected officials herein agree to use these grant funds solely for the purpose described herein and on their original grant application, and to further agree to proper return or any unused funds or repay the city an equal amount. The funds that are not agreed to herein. So they are, and when this accounting happens, you know, that application is what is looked at to make sure that they're doing what they said they came to get the money for.
But we haven't seen the application. I have no idea what the application says.
That's true.
So that's my problem with this one.
Grant, city, they come in and look at the applications.
Huh?
They come in and look at the applications.
Can they? Or did
Not the finances, you can't.
the application,
I have a copy of the application because I use the applications to do the development agreements.
well, the
Or the
application
interlocal
is part
agreements.
of the agreement. That's where it all starts, and then it's the sponsor who manages it from that point forward.
And I still think it should be spelled out in that agreement, the jobs.
Not only in the application.
I mean, that's the whole purpose of the grant, is for economic development. In order for it to be economic development, it's got to be jobs. Guess what there's no mention of in there? Not one job.
The application it is mentioned.
In the agreement.
Yeah, the agreement references the application.
Once again, you guys want us to just take word, not see it. Nothing's been given to us. Checks and balances.
Mike, have you asked for the Robinson Trucking application?
No? Did you give it to me in my packet?
And this was already passed once, and it was passed without that.
Once again,
We submitted it,
These were just the changes that they wanted.
this is working it out with the sponsor as far as this agreement, so.
all I done was express my feelings.
Board wants its supper next meeting.
What's the board, that's board pleasure.
I mean, can he speak?
Can he speak?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, if you want him to speak.
I mean, that's the thing is, I think the question is, about employees.
But here's the thing, if he stands up here and says something, it's not wrote on the agreement. It's not in writing.
I'm saying, let the guy speak, and if that's something that we need to put in here, I'm sure he'll say, put it in there. I'm sure Leslie will put it in there. But at least he's here to speak. We never have the opportunity for him to actually speak. If you don't mind, sir.
Okay.
Ask me whatever you want.
Jobs. How many jobs is this going to?
We initially agreed to create, I believe, 12 jobs with $1 million grant. It was a $500,000 grant. So when we did this agreement, I told Greendale, we're going to invest, and I don't have the exact figure, roughly $1,600,000. And then we're going to get $500,000. I'm not going to guarantee jobs with the money we're spending ourselves. I'll guarantee the jobs on what we get for the grant.
So for the $500,000.
4 jobs.
You'll guarantee
4 jobs. So, I mean, I don't think it's fair that we...
jobs.
That's right. I don't think it's fair that we spend our own money and then...
I understand about not guaranteeing jobs.
That's right, but that's the amount that the grant will...
Now, how long will you guarantee those jobs? 4 new jobs?
I agreed for 3 years or 4 years. 3 years, because it's a 3-year depreciable item, and that's how we did it. And
that's what I would like to see in the agreement.
it's in the agreement. It's in our agreement, I know that.
It's not in this agreement.
Well, I'm not privy to what you have. So.
If you have the information, bring it back to them. You can't put finances or...
Leslie, do we have their agreement? I don't believe we have their agreement.
Yeah, I do.
We have the agreement between...
Yes.
Okay. I haven't seen the agreement.
Between us and Greendale?
Yes.
And it states just what I said.
Then how can you comment on it if you haven't seen it?
I commented that this is based on the application. Yeah. That's the basis for this.
And they're talking about the development agreement with Greendale.
It's another agreement between
Them.
the sponsor and
Right.
recipient.
Well, how about in the future that we get a copy of the application with all the agreements?
You do that.
So in the future, you want a copy of the application. Then, I mean, that's where I'm seeing the missing piece here, right, Mike? You want a copy of the application.
Before we can vote on the grant.
But then if there is an agreement between the sponsor and the recipient, then we have to get that agreement. Most time there's not an agreement. It's generally our interlocal in the past.
That was the only reason I was able to, I mean, that's why Mr. Abden sent it to me that way, so that I could look and make sure we're covered under our agreement, and what's not covered in here is covered
Right,
in
I
yours.
mean, between
The 2 agreements.
Lawrenceburg and Greendale, I have no...
Right.
I don't know what that is. All I can tell you is what our agreement is with Greendale, and that is really the same that was on the application for the 10-county grant program. It's not really changed, other than we were given half of what we asked for. So,
Okay.
and we're putting up all of our own money first, and it would actually be simultaneously. We would...
Because you're probably getting them all at once.
We're getting them all at once, and there's no financing. So, I mean, we're putting up our own capital.
You want to table this until we can get the paperwork to you? Get the,
I would just like to see that added in the agreement.
When's our next meeting?
When's your fleet coming? When's your fleet coming?
24th, isn't it?
It's sitting.
Is it?
They're on me. This process has been going on since June of last year, and so.
Can Mike make the motion contingent to the changes?
Contingent to change?
Yeah, because I can always get the changes made
And that's not that's nothing with us, that's just with the Greendale, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
About that, Mike?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll make the motion to approve the Robinson and Son with the amendment of,
Here's a resolution, Mike.
oh, it's a resolution?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. But,
What the
I can-
change of,
with- I can put it on here.
to guarantee 4 new jobs for 3 years. Is that correct?
With modification of, additional. Jobs.
And what's the resolution number on this one,
Addition
Jackie?
of jobs.
14.
Okay, Mike made a motion. Need a second?
Second.
Because you know what the resolution says, it just says revise interlocal agreement, so that's fine. And it's sitting here at Lawrenceburg, get into revise interlocal agreement with the Greendale Redevelopment Commission for Robinson Trucking Project with addition of 4 jobs language.
For 3 years.
Is that going to show up in the resolution and the interlocal agreement?
Yes. Resolution will be something from tonight, and then the interlocal I can change.
Okay, I have a motion and a second with the changes. All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last but not least, last thing. Okay, Middle Earth. The court ruled on motion to correct errors and did not give did not grant the motion to correct errors, which basically means the judgment stands. $2.25 million. Mr. Leptak's letter sent to Mayor May 17th is in your packets. His recommendation is that the city pay the judgment and accrued interest and forego any appeal. We're accruing interest at 8%. That's about $500 a day. It's about $400-something a day. She didn't side with us, but the thing is if we appeal it, and he has this on the bottom of the page, there are 2 reasons for not continuing to appeal with the Court of Appeals. First, in their opposing brief, and in the letter Mr. Nice sent to Mr. Leptak in the interim, there's an issue whether or not the Judge Blankenship committed error by excluding evidence of Vine Street damages. The damages claims was for an additional $24 million in business losses. Considering that the jury's verdict was $8,000 greater than the amount requested by the plaintiffs, it's certainly possible that such damages could be awarded at a new trial. So that's the biggest reason. He's also saying there's a low percentage of success. Having failed to convince Judge Blankenship that the jury's verdict for the plaintiffs should be set aside, it's even harder to persuade 3 judges who are not at the trial that the verdict is contrary to the evidence. They're not going to, basically, they're going to leave it to the discretion of the judge unless there's an abuse of discretion. So, we're going from January 25th of 2013, so we're already about $40,000 as far as interest.
So why wasn't an executive session called when you got this information, instead of the city being ate up by interest on a daily basis?
Well, because the first thing was
Well, it
that
don't need to be executive session, just a meeting call.
Just a meeting or work session.
the motion to correct errors was brought down on May 13th. We didn't have a meeting on May 20th.
Oh, it's June 3rd today.
Yeah, May 13th, we didn't have a meeting on May 20th. So, I don't know,
I was curious, it said Bob Nye sent an enclosed letter to you, Leslie, set forth the reasons why the city should pay the judgment. I was just curious why we didn't get that letter, copy of that letter.
it was forwarded to Mr. Leptak. I was just copied. It was basically before the judge ruled on anything. He was suggesting that that we should just go ahead and pay it then.
And then, we're talking about $2.25 million, and from what I read here, while such breaches should have caused the plaintiffs to not meet their burden of providing a breach of contract claim against the city, the judge found that the continued payment of construction loan installments, apparently the third payment in August 2009, acted as a waiver by the city of the plaintiff's breaches of contract. So, from the way I take this, what he's saying, since the city seen that there was a problem at that time, why'd they go ahead and give them more money? And that's what caused...
Next paragraph. That reasoning does not make a lot of sense because it assumes that someone at the city had access to Middle-earth developers' bank statements to know that the construction money was being spent for improper reasons. I mean, that's what was brought out of the trial. We had no way of knowing what they were using the money for.
And then the jury's verdict was $8,000 greater than the amount requested. So
Did we ever get this transcript?
No, I have not seen that yet.
But I sent the money.
Yeah, we sent the money.
That's right away, yeah.
I haven't seen them yet. I don't know. Obviously, the best advice probably is just to go ahead and pay it. I mean, if you guys want to wait to read the transcript, we're talking another month at least, probably. I don't know what the answer is. And you're right. I thought it was going to be on May 20th, and when we didn't have that meeting, it just, there was with everything else that we brought up tonight.
What's the board's pleasure?
I just think it's hard to make a $2.25 million decision without even having a transcript to read.
Transcript would probably take a month to read.
Well, it's very lengthy.
A week and a half, was it?
Almost 2-week trial. I don't know how we lost it. Our defense or attorneys did a heck of a job. It's up to the jury, 6 people.
So it's about $14,000 or $15,000 a month in interest then?
Isn't that right? 8%?
I was going by what you said. No, I was going by what you said.
What's the board want to do?
Recommendation.
I'm going to go with what Mr. Leptak, he was the one that tried the case. I don't think an appeal is what needs to be done. Not with that 24 or whatever it was, $22 million, $24 million in business losses that could
That's what
added on top of it.
That's me. I hate to pay the $2 million, but I also don't want to open the city for the $24 million.
It just, I can't understand that everybody that I've listened to has said, can't believe we lost this, can't believe we lost this.
We were told we couldn't lose this
and
by our other attorney.
But then we're said, don't appeal it. I just...
It's up to the board what you want to do with it. I went through every day of that trial.
It's
every minute.
$493 a day.
If you heard the testimony, I don't know how we lost it.
93.
You read the transcript, you'll see the same thing.
What is it, Leslie?
But 6 people making the judgment, you don't
$493 a
know.
day.
How much?
$493 a day.
So it's $15,000 a month.
I thought the motion to correct error was definitely the way to go, because the way that the judge acted at the end of it was that she was surprised. So we thought.
So if we get the transcripts in a month, and it takes a month to read them, because that's serious. How many pages do you think it is?
Well, how much was it? It was $6,000.
Yeah, $6,000 and some dollars.
So if a month to read it, if that, so we're talking about $30,000 there in interest.
So add $36,000 to the
If Mike can cover that.
Well, if you'll cover the $2.25 million. this is not an easy decision.
I know, I don't.
Not.
That's fine.
I know it's not. But,
Well, I think when
but
we
we do
first,
have an executive session on Wednesday. What I could do is see where they are on the transcripts. I mean, at least then if it's even, not even in the real possibility to get it within a couple of days, I mean, I can check with, like I said, I haven't, it's kind of not been even, you paid for it already, I don't know where it is. But I knew she was getting help from another court reporter, but she's also working every day. So I know it's only on her free time that she gets to work on it. That's how most court reporters.
well, when this was brought before us the first time, the mediator even suggested that we don't take this into a courtroom, that we settle out. And Mr. Votal reassured us there's no way we can lose this case. And if we would have settled at that point, we may have only been looking at like $600,000.
That's not here.
I mean, when you got a mediator telling you not to and giving you reasons not to.
You don't know what 6 people in the jury is going to do, Jane. If you would sit through that case and listen to it, everybody was stunned. Even the judge gave a look.
Well, I mean, to award these people $2.25 million, somebody had to do something wrong. What was done wrong, and by who?
I don't know anything about it.
I wished I would have attended. I never even thought about attending. They was going to subpoena us and had a threat of subpoena on a daily basis, which ended up not happening. But I wished I would have attended.
What's the board want to do?
I don't want to accrue any more money. Any more interest.
We'll put that in a motion?
I don't want it to die. I mean, if anyone else wants to. Any more interest.
Leslie, if it gets appealed, what do you think the chances are? You don't know.
I just don't see it being open to that extra 22 million or 24 million. That's
exposure.
That exposure. She knocked that out.
What is that? Oh, is that Grant?
I think it's Mike.
It's
Mike over here.
Mike, you're driving
My
me
nerves
nuts.
is kicked in there.
I was going to say, I heard it too, and I thought it's way too close to be Grant.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Grant. It's 10:15.
Let's make a decision. What do you want to do with it?
We're not done. Yeah.
Make a motion to go with the recommendation of the, whatever his name is.
Mr. Leptak?
Mr. Leptak.
Here a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Jane?
No.
Aaron?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
JR?
Yes.
Okay.
Guys have it.
Yes.
Okay. Any comments from the audience?
I got one more thing under old business. I would like to make a motion that we cease any loan committee activity because there has been no loan committee ordinance written, and repeal the existing grant program ordinance that has been put in place.
What grant program are we talking about?
10-county grant. It all needs to be relooked at, redone, and set up in a way that will not
Can you separate them out?
make two different motions. I make a motion to cease all loan committee activity at this time until a loan committee ordinance is in existence.
Here a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Roll call, please.
I meant just a second. Jane?
I made the motion, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aaron?
Yes.
Bill? Okay, Mike?
Yes.
JR?
No.
The yeses have it.
Okay.
I make a motion that we repeal the existing grant program ordinance for the 10-county grant program and restructure it so that we will no longer be put in the positions we have been put in.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Okay.
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Okay, yeah. Jane's a yes. Aaron?
No.
Bill?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
Okay. JR?
No.
Okay, the noes have that one.
We are meeting with Lieutenant Governor on some guidelines.
Can we be involved?
We'll get to you what we're gonna do.
Now you'll get to us what
Look,
you're
we're
going
just
to
talking-
do.
We're just talking to him right now. I am the chief financial, or chief
I
executive of this
understand
city.
that. I understand.
And I have the right to meet with these people.
I understand that. I just asked if we could be involved.
We'll be involved. We'll bring it back to you. Okay.
You need to sign this.
Anybody in the audience? Good.
I got something, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that any future press releases, through any radio, news station, newspaper, whoever, go through the mayor's office so that everyone's aware of it.
That's against my constitutional rights.
If it concerns
Hey,
this city and this
I'll
council.
put out as many press releases as I want.
If it concerns this city and
I will
council.
put out as many press
Here, Mike.
releases as I want.
Okay, Mike,
You can make all the motions you want.
I'm making a motion.
Here a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
No.
No.
Roll call, please.
Hang on. I'm working on it.
That's not, it's illegal. That's against our
Jane?
constitutional right. No.
Aaron?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Mike?
No.
And JR?
Yes.
Leslie, would you please state your opinion on what just happened?
I'm writing it down.
You can read my press release tomorrow morning.
Oh, let's see.
All they're asking is that it goes through the mayor's office.
Against my constitutional rights.
I'd like to know
It is
when
your
I'm-
constitutional right for free speech, Mike, but it just,
I'll tell you what,
I mean, just.
I told you it's against my constitutional rights. That's what I believe. Prove me wrong.
I'm just saying as a courtesy. I mean, that's, I mean,
Mario?
it's your right, but I mean, as a courtesy.
Is the city's dime writing it?
Copies.
You remember what you said about,
Copies.
did the city pay for her question?
Yeah.
City's not paying for those
I
press
understand.
releases.
I understand free speech. I was just talking about as a courtesy. I mean, to everybody else up here. I mean, at some point, I'd hope that we could all get along, but.
That's obviously.
Well, you're making it more difficult. We're
No,
trying to.
I'm trying to, I try to get on with everybody up here, but I mean, it is his constitutional right to put out press releases.
And then you're
Sorry.
saying it has to go through the mayor?
I'm saying, as a courtesy.
All right, let's go to review and
Yeah.
discuss claims for board
Five.
approval.
Wait a minute.
I can't approve the claims because I think those people got paid for 12 meetings when we only had 10, and they got reimbursed for 12 meetings when we only had 10. So Jackie, when you reimbursed, did you minus the money that they got paid for the meetings that they shouldn't have received, which would have been $150, and then reimbursed them for 10 meetings instead of 12?
We paid them 75 last year, which is what you all got for meetings, and you said it should have been 100.
Correct.
Okay, I simply paid them $25 per meeting.
But they received 2 checks that there was actually no meeting.
But I can
So-
assure you there was no planning meeting in January.
They received at least 2 checks. I got a copy of it at my home where I received 2 checks and there was no meetings, and I turned them back into Teresa or Suzanne. So that 2 checks should have been deducted from their reimbursement. Instead of you giving them a full $300 reimbursement for that year, it should have
Those checks
been.
go out already, Jackie.
Yeah.
I'll bring mine back and you can have the whole thing and put it towards that 2.25 million.
Okay. She denies those claims on that part. Let's put to a vote.
Go ahead and approve the claims pending if she checks into them or not.
Okay.
Who made the motion on the claims? I'm sorry.
Well, can we just pull the checks out and approve the rest of the claims?
Well, they've already been sent in the mail. I already got my check at the house, and I don't understand that. How did you send out checks without prior approval?
Because you were bitching you wanted your money,
That doesn't
Jane.
mean you have to break the law, because you know you're not allowed to send out checks till after it's approved.
There are certain exceptions, Jane, and that's one of them.
Oh, gosh.
All right. You want to pull out the checks and approve the rest of the claims?
Well, they're already out, Mayor. She's going to have to readjust and see what's owed or needs to be reimbursed back to the city.
Is everybody in agreement with that?
What is it now? Are they going to be
She's going to have to check to make sure for each board how many meetings they exactly had. I returned 2 checks. I only attended 10 meetings. The other people, I'm not saying for sure who did or who didn't, but some of the people did not return their checks. So that means that they would owe $150 back. And then for the 10 meetings that they did have, they could receive a check for the $25 minus what they owe. You understand what I'm saying, Jackie? I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't approve the claims unless just take those checks out.
They've already went in the mail.
I can't help that they're already in the mail. I can't help it. I'll bring mine back.
You want to approve the claims and omit that out of there right now?
Yeah.
Did someone make a motion to approve them?
I'll make a motion to approve all other claims without the checks for the
Board checks.
Board
Okay.
checks.
I hear a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All
Who
against?
seconded it?
And there's,
Aaron.
Aaron, okay, thank you.
there's another claim too. That are we gonna pay it?
Oh,
The
that media
recorder
one?
stuff until we find out if we're using
It wasn't in
or
there.
not?
It wasn't on the claim.
It hasn't been paid, Bill.
All right.
It's sitting.
Motion adjournment.
I move.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Send out press notices tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the one you picked, right? That's the one you picked. Oh. You'll get it.
Mario's making copies, yes.
Jackie, I'm gonna
Dan?
throw this in the office.
I'm sure you won't.
Oh,
get
would
kicked
you
out
do
for
me a
that.
favor?
Love you too, girl.
Take this,
Yeah, you sure can.
please, so I don't have to carry it home. Oh. Oh, okay.
Gosh.
I don't know.
Oh,
Just
this is
one
mine.
of those things.
Let's go in there too.
You was right. The chiropractor couldn't fix me.
They're doing good. She's doing all right. She's got do surgery. She's had a couple
No, I'm doing
rheumatoid
injections.
outbreaks here and there, but she's doing okay.
Helping. I just hope it works.
A little campaign thing. My whole $234 I spent. Yeah, I was over there. Well, not too long ago. It was a month and a half ago, and I was in the kitchen talking to him. I saw it in there. That's nice. I saw it somewhere else too. Someone else had it on there.
I still do help you.
Jane,
I do.
I'm tired of getting thrown under the bus. And you can laugh, but
No,
you know
but I'm
what? You know what?
serious.
When you try to take my livelihood, I have issues.
Hey, you're angry.
I'm very angry. I've been angry. It ain't gonna change. Tire tracks, the tires, they're hurting.
Did they turn it off?